Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to Drawing Down the Dragon. I'm Snappy, and thank you for joining me for our talk here with my dear friend Leslie. How's it going, Leslie? Oh, you're still muted, Leslie, if you want to unmute there. There you go. How's it going?
I'm it's good. I'm in an Airbnb in Cairo.
Wow. Isn't life wild? Like, okay, this is such a crazy story. So you got to catch our audience up on why you're even in Cairo because you're not
Right.
supposed to be there. You were supposed to be back
No,
in Crete.
I'm
So,
supposed to be in Greece. But guess what? The world is changing rapidly. And
rapidly.
Americanos are now persona non grata in many, many immigration offices, especially if you're coming in to apply for your visa extension the day after Trump insults the Pope on Greek Easter.
Oh, yeah, man, I
Yeah.
forgot it was right on Easter.
Yeah. It was like the
Worst
Tuesday
timing.
after. And we were waltzing in trying to get a visa extension and they're like, ain't no way, gringo. I'm sorry. This is not the day to ask us for anything. And so
Wow, wow, so
and
then
so
you had to just juggle and figure out so how
then
did it
they're
work?
like,
You had to
listen, you
leave or
you gotta
something?
leave the
Yeah,
EU for 3 months,
okay,
then
yeah,
come back for 3 months and try again, then apply again. So then we're gonna have to fly back to the States and apply at the Greek embassy or the Greek consulate for either extended tourist visas or residency visas. But I
wow,
guarantee you, it's not gonna be as easy as it was last year, 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like
oof,
Americans are flooding Mexico, Panama. They're flooding Europe in its entirety, and I guarantee you, most of them are not as well behaved as I am.
right, 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 putting it lightly, and I mean, I cannot blame the people leaving either because, America's turning into quite
We're
the
monsters.
swarm, you
Let's
know?
face it, we're
Yeah,
monsters. Yeah,
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 we don't
we're
need to get
monsters.
into that,
And
everyone
so
knows how we feel.
I thought it was probably a good time to work on any conditioned Islamophobia that I might have absorbed in my life as an American.
Yeah,
And
it's
I'd always
probably a
wanted
little
to
bit.
go to Egypt. It happened to be the cheapest flight out of Athens was to Cairo. So I'm like, let's do it. I've been carrying this around. This is my airplane pillow. I've been carrying it around for like 15 years.
That's
And my
so sweet.
goddaughters each have one. And I've always been fascinated by Egyptian mythology, and of course, the pyramids is on everybody's list that they have to see it before they die. My dad's 85; he never saw it,
Right.
and so the first picture is the first picture I took when we arrived,
Let's take a look here. Oops, 1 second.
and there's the whole scene from the roof of the little hotel. I got it on online,
Oh,
and
wow.
it's right by the gate, and you're like staring. The next one is in the morning. That was it. This is in the morning. You're just like staring down the Sphinx
You're
at
staring right
breakfast
at her
on the
face.
roof of the hotel, and it's such a trip, right?
Oh, how
Because she's
gorgeous.
alive, and her expression changes with the light, you know.
Right.
So in the morning she's got one face, and in the afternoon her eyebrows start to and and it's wild, and the thing is, there were hotels for half that price or double that price, like anybody could afford it.
Right.
And uh and I only got the one closest because my dad doesn't always go outside. Like sometimes he's just going to stay inside and watch TV,
Yeah.
cartoons,
It's
and in this
85.
case Egyptian cartoons for days, right? So I owe him a view. Like he has to be able to sleep. And so we spent 5 days there, and I think there's another picture of they have this very cinematic thing set up where you can go on there you go, you go on a horse cart ride, or
So
if you
cute.
have the hips for it, you can do the camel ride, which is, I think, is the next picture. And Oh,
Oh,
that's the rocks the way they fit together, like in Peru.
oh wow.
Of the wall around the spring. There are these impossibly huge stones, and they're fit together just the same way the Incas did, and everybody else in that mythical time, because everyone agrees that pyramids and there is older than we think. And
Absolutely.
probably the pharaonic Egypt found them there and then repurposed them as tombs. And so there's a next one there in Giza. Yeah, there she is. I mean, she's massive. And it really does look like, once you see it, it really does look like the they recarved the head at some point. The body looks older. It was probably just a cat or a lion, and then some pharaoh, recarved it, because the head is just, it's much smaller. It doesn't have the water markings that the
Yeah,
rest
people
of
have
the
talked
body
about that
does.
erosion, the
Yeah.
erosion line, and like
Mm,
that whole
mm.
part where the before the head was buried under the sand and only the head was visible, like in the
Yeah.
time of Napoleon when they
Yeah.
famously destroyed the nose.
Well,
But
I considered it a theory until then. We took a trip to the Great Salt Lake. That's a couple hours outside Cairo. And there are lots of rock formations that look like the Sphinx without the head.
mm,
So it's obvious that it was underwater at one point, at least up to there. And there are, uh, whale skeletons out there in the desert, and it's between the whale skeletons are between the Salt Lake and Giza, and the Mediterranean is over there.
yeah,
So
you posted
obviously,
on Facebook that museum you weren't it was a little bit too far to get out to, right? Like another 5 hours or something into the desert?
yeah, I didn't go see the whale skeletons. I'm not that sporty anymore. I was not gonna get in a jeep and drive 5 hours out into the desert to see the whale skeletons. I believe you. I believe you. It was all underwater at one point. And I think there's a couple more in Giza, or if not, then here's the camel ride that
There's a
you could
camel
go
ride.
on. And the next one. Okay, so this is in the museum in Cairo, and those are the crocodile mummies.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
Baby
before
crocodile.
Giza, before Saqqara, there was the Sobek Temple in Fayum, and it's on this Great Salt Lake, and there's also a spring and a waterfall nearby. But most of the cultural patrimony of Fayum is not in Fayum. It's in the museum in Cairo, a lot of it, and it's in Berlin. The death masks are in Berlin, which is a crying shame,
It is.
because they're some of the most amazing Egypto-Roman paintings in ever. And so the Sobek temple is more than 5,000 years old. And the only gods that are older than the crocodile god are crocodile's god's mommy, who is Neith, who
Mhm.
is the Egyptian Artemis.
Yeah, the she's the uncreated creatrix. We
As
talked
so
about her with, Dr. Carla, right? In her book.
parthenogenesis.
Mhm.
And Sobek means impregnation.
Oh, wow.
So that means first there was parthenogenesis, and then there was impregnation,
Right. Yeah, there's this
which is
whole
like,
wild I
okay.
remember because there's that whole incredible myth where she's the beetle of the Nile because
Mm,
the ancient Egyptians, all they saw was that every spring the beetles would come out of the ocean out of the water of the Nile like they were born out of nothing. And
yeah.
so that's where her iconography comes from is she's that
Well,
beetle that comes out of the water.
again, I was thinking that this is in terms of allegory, right?
Right, of course.
But I recently listened to an Italian archaeologist asking why we think some things are myth and some are fact.
Mm,
And given the medical information that Amenhotep translated and other people are now translating, he actually believes that certain priestesses were capable of parthenogenesis. He says we can do it in a lab now. What makes us think we're so smart that the ancient priestesses weren't actually doing this?
right.
And the
And
Artemis of Ephesus is the bee mama, and that is
right.
definitely the queen bee does that.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, and to me, I keep thinking too, there is all of these myths of like the autochthonous characters that are born, and then they're described as being born as like a parthenogenesis, right? You have Rhea who sticks her hands in the mud, and then out pops the Idaean dactyly out
Yeah.
of the ground, you know? And this is a common theme. Like you get it later with Tacita in the Lares, right? The Lares just come out of the ground. But
Well, yeah.
wild
So
stuff.
the thing is, though, is that we now know that Premarin, which is what trans women take, and is which what a lot of people, women my age take, is
Mhm.
pregnant mare's milk, is actually the oldest medicine that we have documented, and we're
Yeah,
still using it.
right.
So if we were choosing from a gender spectrum in prehistory, basically, then it's actually not that far fetched to think that we could have been creating parthenogenesis as a priestess function.
Yeah.
Who
Um,
knows?
who knows? I don't think it's as yeah, it's
Don't
far more
nobody know about
believable
that.
than people give it credit for, you know?
But at this point, it's just as plausible as that it's allegory, as agricultural allegory, which is the way we've seen it up until now.
Right, right.
So
Either way, she's the uncreated creatrix, right?
yeah,
Out
and
of
then
the
there's
black comes the
Sekhmet.
light. Yeah,
Sekhmet is older than Sobek, also,
right.
and then you're in
She's
the
also
old.
equated with Artemis, right? In the Greek literature, Isis and Osiris.
I guess, but she's like the first general.
Right.
She's a war goddess, and that's that old thing of the gods of war and fertility.
Yeah.
And those are all like if a god is of war and fertility, it means they're really fucking old, right? Because we were still honoring the entire cycle of life as
Right,
one
makes me
thing.
think of that famous Venus statue they have from Turkey. It's like Cataholyuk, and you know it. It's the large woman,
Yeah,
but she's on the
yeah,
throne with the lions.
yeah. Big
So
fat
it's like
naked
that
lady with the
intermediary.
lions. Yeah,
It's like the intermediary between the old Venus grandmothers and then the lion-seated goddess that you get later, right? So
yeah,
really interesting.
yeah. And so at both of the Sobek temples that I went to, the only other god there is Sekhmet, but
Mm.
she's there.
Oh, wow.
And
That's
so I
beautiful.
thought that was really interesting because, these two have in common, Sobek and Sekhmet, that they're apex predators. They are predators of us
Yeah.
if we get anywhere near their children, which means they're very good mothers,
Yeah.
right? And
We
there's
see
this
that explicitly,
relationship.
like, in the Indian, right? That's a big thing in the Indian mythology. Durga is always associated with lions, and she's the fierce mother protector,
Yeah,
right? So,
yeah.
common
But
imagery.
Sekhmet runs hot, while Sobek is cold blooded.
Right.
So it's a different kind of energy.
Very true.
So I think in the next pictures I have, well, okay, there's a tons of kinds of sphinxes, right? This is a Greekish sphinx. And then there's another one. I have two more sphinxes.
Yeah,
And
this
these are
also has
from,
kind of almost Persian feel to it as
yeah,
well, right?
yeah. And here's another sphinx.
Classic Egyptian style.
There's another sphinx.
Oh,
And here's
wow.
the first backpack in the whole wide world.
Oh, wow. Love it. That's cool.
So cute. But you really get
Oh,
a sense of this is all going on at the same time, right? Because you
right.
got Aphrodite and you got Dionysius and you got the pharaoh headdress and you've got all these things are happening at the same time. We
Yeah,
tend to
that's
think in terms of chronology, and it's just not like that.
no, and this is something that we need to stress. I remember like a while back when we were doing the deep dive into the Italian witchcraft, when I was looking at the archaeology in the Roman period. After Hestia, the most commonly worshipped god or goddess was Isis.
Right.
And it's just like, what? So not any of like the Roman pantheon. It's first it's the Greek, which is an
Yeah.
iconic goddess worshipped at your
Yeah.
hearth with
Yeah.
snakes and with fire. And then you
Yeah.
have Isis, right?
Yeah.
Who is this goddess of magic,
Yeah.
often equated with all of the great mothers, right? We see that in like the golden or sorry, the
And
metamorphosis of the
astrology,
golden
you know,
ass.
they she was supposed to be like not from
Leo.
here.
Yeah, there's all this equation a connection with Leo, right? A lot of this goes back to Heliopolis and the various sun cults, right? The
Yeah.
lion is connected to the sun.
And
Yeah,
star beings.
yeah. And
So
then the
that's interesting, you know.
and the Sphinx too, there seems to be like there's this tradition within the Greek, especially later, once you get into the Renaissance period, of looking at the Sphinx as an allegory for a shifting of magical power, where the
Yeah.
Greek surpasses and supplants the Egyptian and absorbs the Egyptian. And that's kind of like one interpretation of the Oedipus story. This is a very
Huh.
Grecian supremacist lens, but it is
Right.
one that, survived within that particular tradition. Which is why I think it's always funny where in the Greeks they go like, "Oh, we conquered and solved the riddle," whereas the Egyptians are like, "We don't even know what the riddle
Oh
was. No
my
one's
God.
solving anything."
To this day, every Greek person thinks they know the riddle of the Sphinx.
Right.
And they'll go like this, because they do it when they see my dad. They go like this: baby, man, baby,
Oh
baby,
God.
man, baby. That's the riddle of the Sphinx. So I asked around. I cannot find an Egyptian that does not say, no one knows what the riddle of the Sphinx is.
Right.
That's their answer because they're very comfortable with mystery. They don't have to know everything. So I don't
Right.
know who supplanted who and who was the beginning and who's the alpha and the omega of the thing. But I
Doesn't matter.
really get a sense that all this stuff was going on at the same time, actually.
Right. It's just
So,
interesting, right? All we can
yeah.
know is how the Greeks viewed the Egyptians and how the Egyptians viewed the Greeks and where they come
Yeah.
together, right?
Well, they married a lot, you know, which
Exactly.
is which is how the Egyptians became lighter skinned than their neighbors, you know. I mean,
Oh yeah,
constantly breeding with the Greeks and then the French and the, you know, it's a more
absolutely.
open society, and so you know it's like that. Let's see
Right.
what else I got here from the Cairo Museum before we get to the Sobek Temple. Yeah, see, there's this.
Oh
What's that
wow.
called? That's a Greek thing, right?
Yeah, that's the Agathos daimon,
Yeah, yeah,
and it's also you see these snake goddesses all over the place. It reminds me a lot of Naga imagery
yeah.
as well.
So
Um,
yeah, yeah.
you
And
know,
so all this iconography is interbreeding, you know.
right. The
And
snake
then
priestesses.
what do we got next?
There's
We've got
also what's that goddess? Serket. Serket. This is probably Serket because Serket
uh
is often seen with the torches. And
huh, uh huh.
sometimes she has a snake body, sometimes she has a scorpion body, but
Hmm.
she's the goddess specifically of venoms and healing,
Right,
you
right.
know? Which I always thought was, oh, so the goddess of venom is also healing, right? Oh, that's very Medea
Well, we're
kind
finding out. I mean, once you know, Ammon drew the curtain back, you can't not see it everywhere. It's in our, you know, Adam and Eve story. Oh, she's
of.
in pain without the snake. Oh, that wasn't allegory either.
One of the weird things that
Okay, right?
one of the weird things that happens too with this Serket character. So, in the earliest Egyptian astrology, the constellations Libra and Scorpio are one constellation, and they're
Right.
called Serket, the goddess
Okay.
of venoms. But in the Greek, all of a sudden they split it, and the claws of the scorpion lady now become the scales of justice, and her
Okay.
tail is off on its own, right?
Hmm.
And that just is that's just so weird to me. And it's this, like you've split
Hmm.
that energy in twine, you've divided it, and you've taken the claws away. It's
Well,
kind of
I mean, the Etruscans had 16 months. The Babylonians had 13. You know, it's a still work in progress. You know.
oh yeah, all these calendars are. It's just one of these weird images, these magical images, anyway. But let's keep going.
Okay, so this was the king that I mean, I went to see the King Tut show when I was like 10
Right.
on the school bus, and it blew my mind. You know, it completely changed my life. And I was at a certain point, I stood in front of the statue of the goddess Selket. She has a scorpion on her head, and she's got her arms outstretched. Everyone's seen this. It's a gold lady. Well, you may or may not know she was about as tall as a 10-year-old.
Oh, wow.
And so I just remember holding on to that red velvet rope, and I was staring at her eye to eye, like she's the same size as me. And she
Oh,
really
wow.
seemed alive, you know. And I don't know how long I was there, because then, someone grabbed my hoodie and was like, "Where did you go?" And like that, I had left the group by not
Right.
moving. Um, and I think all that stuff is in the big Egyptian museum, which I didn't get to. I just went to the old one, but they had this guy. And then
Mhm.
go to the next one. Look, they made his little fingers.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Yeah.
oops.
And it
Oh,
has
that's
his
wow.
fingerprints on it. And then the
Oh, that's
next one,
wow.
look at his little shoes. Like, imagine loving someone so much that
Right.
you would make their fingertips in gold to last forever.
That's beautiful. That's so
Yeah.
beautiful. Wow.
Now, here we are at the Sobek Temple. Now we're in Fayum. So you get in a car and you drive 2 hours out, and just there's nothing but desert, right?
Mhm.
And then we're staying at a little like guest house on the water in Olive Grove, and it's super cute. And this is about 5 minutes from there. And this is the temple that's older than Giza, older than Saqqara, it's older than everything, right?
Oh,
Like
wow.
nobody knows how old it is. And basically the priests lived upstairs, and priestesses, they lived upstairs in the little monk cells. And down in the basement is the Crocs.
Oh, wow.
Oh yes.
So this is going down into this basement here, eh?
Well, no, this is the temple above the ground floor temple where they have the altars. And then
Okay.
go to the next one. And the guide says, "Watch the light." Well, there's no stained glass. There's no electricity in there. And there's no colors outside. It's just a flat desert outside. But they have these tiny little angled windows. And if you hang out in there, the light is going to change this brightly. Then look at the next one. And then that altar, all of a sudden, is turning yellow.
Turning bright yellow. Wow.
And, and then keep going. And look at it.
Yeah.
What the fuck just happened? And this is these weird little angled windows. And I think I have a picture of one of the windows. Well, that's another
That's
door.
the
And then there's
doorway.
another room that is just like, and then it turns orange.
Here we go.
And these are the windows. So
Right.
there's no color outside. And there's all these colors coming in these weird ass little tiny ass windows, right? But I'm just
Oh,
going, how? How?
they're definitely well thought out, man.
No one knows how. And so that's the basement. Down there was the Crocs.
Oh,
And
wow.
so you're dreaming and having, and this is the sculpture of Sekhmet that no one knows how old it is. That is the only other god pictured in this temple.
Oh, wow. And so you would go rest in this temple with the Crocs beneath you, and you're
Yeah,
supposed
and
to get
I'm
these Crocs.
dreaming with this Obek energy. Yeah.
Wow.
But you got to figure they're down in the basement. They're probably blind. Yeah. They're extremely well fed. They're adored, and it's hot. So they're as least aggressive as a crowd can be
Right.
because of the situation. But still, dude.
Crazy. Crazy to think about.
And
And
there,
that
yeah.
blue
See, there's
light.
another room turning blue all of a sudden. What the heck?
It almost looks like an artificial light.
It totally does. Like this is where we even got the idea of LED lights changing rainbow colors all the time. But there's no. It's just angles.
Wow.
Not even any glass. No prisms. No nothing. And outside, look, it's this. The light is not the color light is not coming from anywhere.
It's all just angles.
Yeah,
That's wild.
it's intense.
That's so pretty. That's so incredible. Amazing.
Yeah.
Definite.
Then you can go on a little boat. You can go on a little sailboat ride on the Nile. At any point, you can go on the Salt Lake in Fayum, and it's pretty adorable. Yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, the
Yeah.
Nile, right? Most sacred river on earth.
When we were driving from the hotel in Giza to the our Airbnb in Mali, and we crossed the bridge, and I look at the night, I start crying.
Hmm.
And the taxi guy was like, "Why are you crying?" And I said, "Because that's where everything comes from. Everything we think of as civilization is coming from here."
Right. I felt very similar when I finally made it to the Ganga, and
Mm,
I got to watch the dawn rise ceremony, right,
yeah.
with the Brahmins, and they claim to have been doing this since time immemorial, right?
Well,
This is a
exactly.
rite that makes the sun rise,
It's the event horizon of mythology. We don't know
right?
how old it is.
It's yeah, and it's the oldest inhabited, continuously inhabited place. It's
Mm.
just wild, when you get to go to these, and there's something about the water like this, It's beautiful.
Right, yeah. Let's see what we have. Okay, so now there's another Sobek temple that is basically it was a retirement community for Roman soldiers. And there's one of these in Toulouse also. And this is part of how ISIS gets everywhere.
Mm,
Is a lot of them had Egyptian wives. They do a tour, they do so many tours, and then they give them a little plot of land on the river in Toulouse or over here in what they were calling Crocodilopolis. So it's already like a gated community, right? Like, and the only other goddess there again is Sekhmet.
wow.
But then keep going because now we're in the museum in Fayum, and now we got Aphrodite.
Beautiful. Look at those hips.
Yeah, man. And then next we got I think it's Babo next. Yeah, there
Yeah,
she is.
Bubo.
Lots of
Wow.
bees, right? And so
Whoa.
it's all mixing, but it's mixing. These people are coupled up, right? Like she worships Isis, and he worships Aphrodite, and same, right?
Right. For people who don't remember, Bubo is this minor goddess in the Eleusinian mysteries who wakes Demeter up out of her depression by flashing her vulva at her. In some of the stories, she has a baby that does this, that pulls it up. And part of the implications that it reminds Demeter of the cycles of death and rebirth, like your child will be reborn in the next generation, right? It's wild stuff. But yeah, Bubo would also be, one of these goddesses they would put at the doorway along with Hecate, exposing the vulva to keep the monsters away.
And this Roman retirement community for the retired soldiers, this is happening in the last century BC and the first century CE. So just the time of Christ, right?
Right.
This is when these guys are busy crucifying folks, and you know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
all happening at the same time.
right. It's wild. Right.
So then you got Dionysius, right?
Right.
So the Sobek temple, when the Romans had good and taken over, and the Greeks had, Alexander had been there a while, and then got the Romans, they repurposed the Sobek temple as a Dionysius temple,
Oh wow.
thinking maybe those colored lights are perfect for the god of wine.
Well, he's also a god of the sun, Dionysus, right? The dying and rising. He's usually seen as the fresh shoots of spring, the sun coming out of the underworld, right? Out of the darkness into
Yeah,
life. But
yeah.
yeah,
And so
interesting.
they got little idols there. They dig them up. Now here's the
The
one
paintings you were talking about, yeah.
Fayum death mask that is in Fayum, and the rest, the really good ones, are in Berlin. So give them back, give them back.
Yeah, give them back. At least you got to see one though, because these are incredible, right? This is one of the really interesting moments in art history because this is at least, in the Western tradition and in Africa, the earliest we have of like real serious, like trying to depict a person as they looked.
Yeah.
We don't have art like that prior to
And
this,
it's painterly. If you
right?
look at it, it's painted. I thought they were frescoes. They're not. They're painted on wood with rabbit glue.
Right.
This is egg tempera.
Wow.
and
This is the
and
beginning
there's
of
they're
portraits.
real painterly. They're not like lines. Most everything before that has outlines, right?
Right.
And this has like it's almost impressionistic the way they do the
It's
skin and the
incredible,
yeah,
right?
fantastic. And
Okay.
then this is what's left in Fayum of the temple there, and they got a lot of statues in Cairo and again all over the world.
Yeah.
and here's the crocodile temple there. Now in this case, there was a big pool that you pass through, and then you go in here, and then they've got these holes in the wall where those mummies were. The
Mm.
crocodile mummies were in these. I think that's it's the next one or the one after that. Yeah, there. The crocodile mummy was in there, and they're making offerings to it. See, this part I didn't know. They're offering
Oh,
flowers and food and perfume, and this is the like effigy. It's not any crocodile. This is one of the temple crocodiles.
okay.
They
Wow.
modify the temple crocodiles, and then they make offerings to it for Sobek.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, and so they're just like there's little ones, there's big ones, and then there's really big ones that are like okay, they don't make crocodiles like that anymore. They're just massive,
Right.
right?
Oh,
and
God.
then and then yeah, and then there's the altar, and then here's the Roman bath, right? Because it's in Roman gated community.
Right.
so, so they had the baths. The Romans are nuts for the baths, and now we're at the Coptic Museum.
Mm.
Now here, what I found. This was this morning. I was there. What I found there was a similar sense of the continuity of things. So
Mm.
there, you actually really see how Jesus Christ is the new Dionysius.
Oh, wow.
And so you go through it. Here's the old stuff, and here we have nymphs and we forgot some
Right. That could be a
centaurs and
satyr type person or a green
uh,
man type
so
figure, right?
there's Europa, there's the old pantheon, and let's keep going. Yeah, then we got
Oh,
Dionysius
there's
here.
Dionysus, right, with his grapes
Uh,
in his hair.
And this is in the foundations of the Coptic Christian monasteries and temples. These were repurposed from Dionysius temples,
Right.
right? And it's just kind of cool the way they constructed it. But then we've got the books. So
Mm.
the Nagamati papers are there. Mostly it's the leather covers of the
Mm.
Nagamati books, and I thought I was just like, I've only read about that. And then they have a lot of books in Coptic, and keep going, and then translating from Coptic to Arabic, and then here's okay. So the Egyptians, right? Underneath the head of the mummy is a copy of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, just in
Mm.
case they forget, because they've been reciting it, right?
Right.
But just in case they forget the directions, we're putting it right underneath their head. So this is the first time they find the Book of Psalms underneath the head. So the
Mm.
continuity is that it's just a different book. That's it, and it's
Exactly.
Psalms, and
Erotic
then
poetry, right?
yeah, and that's of course if you like any of the books of the Bible, that would be the one to like. It's love poetry, and a
Right.
lot of it is like directly lifted from Dionysian and Aphroditic chants. So, and then you get
Absolutely.
closer to it, and it's totally intact, because of the desert sands. They
Oh,
just pulled it. Now that's a funny one, but there
oh.
is a thing that says, uh, this is translated from the Septuagint.
Oh,
Yeah. So they're still thinking, and they write it that way. That first you have the Hebrew, and then you have the Greek, and then they're translate. But it's obvious from what we know
right.
that the Coptic Bible is translated directly from the Septuagint because that's the original.
Absolutely. So
Now
what's
here's
going
these
on here? Is this
dog guys.
Cersei Odyssean reference? What's going on here with the
I
boar
don't know.
head?
These are they're the painting says that it's an icon of saints, but they were dog-headed saints,
Oh, wow. Dog-headed and pig-headed snakes. Wow.
right? And
That's so
again,
neat.
is this an allegory or were there these kind of dog people?
Mm.
hmm I don't know. I don't
Right.
know.
Wow. Well,
But
Cersei's turning people into pigs, so
and the Celts have this mythology around it, where there were these dog people, you know.
Right.
And
Yeah, so do the
from what
Greeks.
we found archaeologically, it's part body modification,
Mhm.
but it's their metasmizing with their spirit animal.
Why? What? Well, we see a lot of traditions like that. You know, you would have in tribal cultures, you would have these wolf cults, right? People would go feral. You'd have the hunters deer cults. People would
Okay.
go feral. Dion and I have been talking about the deer cults for a while. These guys who go off into the woods and become vegetarians. They're being
Okay.
possessed by the deer spirits when they're doing that.
And you got the Ursula people and you got the Epona people that they're becoming one with their animal. Yeah.
Right.
And as you guys have pointed out, there's always animal husbandry involved.
Yeah.
There's, all kinds of communing happening.
Yeah. Wild stuff. So
So
this is the
that's
Coptic church or the museum?
yeah, that's the Coptic church that's right outside the museum. And then there are 7 churches in there.
Oh,
Now, funnily enough, there's one because I've seen these all over Europe. There's one even in Germany. There's one in Italy. There's one all over the place where they say this is a stop on the road to Bethlehem, where Mary and the donkey, pregnant Mary and the donkey, they're usually on the site of a previous great mother, pregnant mother goddess, right?
right.
So they're just like, okay, you want us to change the name? We'll change the name. But again, there's a church here in Cairo that says this was a stop on the way to Bethlehem.
And it's like, this was probably an Isis and Horus thing.
Okay, yeah.
You
So
know, or
here's the walls
Demeter
of
and Pluto.
Babylon, right? Like
Mm,
here's the walls of Babylon, and it's underneath these churches. Christians they just got to arrive and burn everything and stick their church on top of stuff that was already sacred. And so
yeah,
in that big church, there's a spring. It's not just a dish of holy water like you get in the regular churches. It's totally spring fed basin in that big church. And those are the walls of ancient Babylon. So that's pretty cool.
oh,
And
wow.
then right. So this is totally not a Muslim thing. Muslims are like, this is so weird, right?
Mhm.
But Catholic churches have bones in them.
Yeah.
These are the relics. Like these are a little bundle. This one, they're all labeled which saint it is. And it's
Yeah.
a little pillow, and inside is some bones,
This
you
is what
know?
makes your cathedral a basilica. Do you got
Right.
the goods from your saint?
Yes. Yes. And it is interesting. Europeans are now increasingly cremating,
Mhm.
especially in northern ones, but they're just running out of space, like you can't have the whole damn thing be a cemetery. But in Naples, you can still there are still the tombs that they bury them, and then after 20 years they dig them up and they put the bones in a box in the columbarium, and you pull out the drawer and you can feel grandma's bones and weep over them. The Christians are weird like that, right?
Yeah, you see a lot of
And
this still in Spain and in France, where
yeah.
they'll have these entire, like, causeways that are decorated in all the bones, right? These
Oh
altars to the
God, yes,
dead,
I've been
you
in
know?
those. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's some
Wild.
fetishism, right? Like that's some Congo shit right there. But
When I
so
was in
yeah, we got all
India,
the
I got to
packets
go
of
to the
both.
sorry. When I was in India, I got to go to Goa, and I saw they have, what's his name? The Jesuit guy, but they have his body on display, and they say that it's not decaying at all, and then you can go and
Ignacio.
see it. It's Saint, Xavier something,
Ah,
but,
huh.
I can't remember, but his the whole
Interesting.
thing
And he's in India because he was on a
pilgrimage.
pilgrimage or he was gonna convert people or something.
Exactly, and so they got his
Yeah,
body on display there, and they say that it's never decaying, but you can only view it, it's, like, suspended in the air, and you can only view it through a mirror, and he's wearing a death mask, so you can't see
okay.
anything, so it's like, but they tell you his body doesn't decay, it's, like,
Well,
perfectly
okay,
preserved, and that's
Lenin's
why
body
it's
is
so
not decaying
miraculous.
either, but the Egyptians could probably tell you a lot about chemically how to have that happen.
Right.
And I think some of the Buddhist ones they eat a bunch of incense for the last month of their life
Oh, yeah,
to
you're talking about
facilitate
the
the not decaying thing.
yeah, this is very it's a very, very rare thing that happened a couple times in Japan, but there were these Buddhists, it's a
Yeah.
classic thing you see with extremists in religion, a whole one-upmanship. How do you turn your temple into how do you make yourself sacred and important in a culture without money, right? When prestige is everything. How do you get the most prestige, right? It's just human
To be
nonsense
a
and so
justifier. Yeah.
right. So one of the ways they did it was, I'm going to turn myself into a living statue. So you have these monks who go
Right.
through this whole process of eating tree bark and
Yeah.
sap and
Yeah.
starving themselves until they're on the verge of death. And
Yeah.
it's only been successful a few times, you
Yeah.
know. But yeah, ridiculous, but this is what happens all the time, we have this, and all of this kind of extremism, just keeps happening, right? You get
Yeah,
those monks
Muslims
who,
don't do that. They don't have saints. They don't have bones in the mosque. They just think that's so weird. Let's go
no,
there.
no, that's one of the things they've pushed out, but they do
Yeah.
have the Sufi peers and the imams that they get right into, and they
Yeah.
have these mythic stories about them and their chains of transmission and the passing down of the magic power,
Yes.
but that's only
Yes.
within, a very narrow fold of
Yeah.
Islam.
Yeah.
Most people would never see any of that, but
I think most people that they like to keep it abstract.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
That's one of the tools of a lot of these, the Abrahamic religions. We have to remember, in comparison to the earlier beliefs, right, of animism, like, right, in a traditional society, the gods are in your house with you. Your family is there with you all the time, and everything is immediate, and you always have to protect yourself, or you're offering to someone,
Yeah. Yeah. They're
so,
totally buried downstairs.
right? Where the
Yeah.
Christians in the Abrahamic religions are so, atheistic in origin, or atheistic
Mm.
in kind of
Mm.
one perspective, right? The
Mm.
Greeks thought they were atheists because they didn't honor the ancestors and stuff, you know,
Right. If you
and
don't kneel to justice, who do you kneel to? Yeah.
you only have one thing. And if you only have one thing, then that means your head is everything. So, you know, so they thought everyone was narcissists too, right?
But see, that's the thing of Christianity is this umbrella thing, and
Yeah.
clearly the bone fetish is not Christian in origin. Is this
No,
is all coming from before?
it's all coming from before. Like we are talking about the Mother Mary, right?
Yeah, yeah.
One of the things that
How
just really,
Artemis of Ephesus morphs into Mother Mary. Yeah,
yeah, in Sicily, right? She kind of merges with Sicily in the Rome. You get Magna Mater, and
and
if you
that's
look,
the thing. You
yeah,
can't go to the Coptic Museum without it just hits you in the face that
you know,
it's Dionysius, 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 Christ, Christ, Christ in this continuous.
well, one of the wild ones for me is that you can go all the way back to ancient, like, Crete, and you can see Demeter in the child to come, the mother nursing the babe. This is like as as old as dirt, right? Or the mother on the throne, right?
As old
So
as
when I
impartation.
look at these images of the Mother Mary, she looks exactly the same as Demeter with the babe. It's like there's barely a transition even. She's even got the same headdress on,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
it's
And
wild.
that you see also in the Black Madonna tradition in
Yeah.
France and all of Europe. You see these figures that are clearly Isis with the Western crown on.
Yeah,
The
right?
position, the everything. These are ISIS temples, or older than that,
Oh,
and
yeah,
they're
well,
each one is at a spring. So
exactly. When we go back to the earliest traditions, right, we always find that great mother. The Venus figures are the oldest figures that we have in art history outside of the cave paintings. So, and we think the cave paintings were done by women, right? When you
I
analyze the
know, yeah,
hand, because
yeah,
most you can get all the handprints.
yeah.
90% of those handprints are feminine.
Yeah, that's some kind of school, right?
Great.
And they're doing shadow puppets in there, and that's what Herzog, when he was making the documentary about that cave, that is not the
Yeah.
Lascaux cave. It's just like it, but nobody's ever going in there. And so, Cave of Dreams, and he asked the folks to light it up like with firelight, that kind of light. He wanted to see it how they saw it, and sure enough, those animals are moving now
Yeah.
with the
They're
flickering
all
firelight.
alive. Yeah, that's one of the best documentaries ever. Everyone should go
So
check
great,
that.
so
Yeah,
great.
Cave of Dreams, Werner Herzog. But look, here we got a Virgin Mother, right?
Well, this is
With the
Santa
crown.
Barbara. So, of the seven churches, the only one I want to go to is Santa Barbara because she's syncretized with Shango, first of all.
Oh, wow.
And
Very
so,
personal.
as such, is my patron saint. Now, Santa Barbara, she was murdered because she didn't want to get married. She didn't want
Oh,
to get married, and as a last ditch attempt of like trying to get away with not getting married, she converted to Christianity. Well, I'm a nun, and it was still not good enough for her family, so they killed her. Yeah, and so her bones are in this church in Cairo,
oh, wow.
and so I had to go see. And so keep going. The
Oh,
next
wow.
picture should
Like,
be,
that's
yeah,
so Artemisian when I hear that, you know?
okay. And so there's all these Coptic Christians in there on a pilgrimage,
Mhm.
and I saw this lady in this T-shirt. This is the T-shirt that she chose to wear to
The
go see
picture?
Santa Barbara, and
I
there's
think
the
you had
temple.
yeah,
And there
here
we
it
go.
is.
That's the last photo. I found her outside so I could get a really good picture of the T-shirt. And what does it say?
Women are not your property.
Yeah, man.
This is a Christian too, on pilgrimage
That's
to
the
the patron
T-shirt she
saint
chose
of
to
oh,
wear to the
wow.
Santa Barbara Cathedral, right?
That's beautiful.
And that's
This
it.
is
For centuries, women have been praying to Santa Barbara for mercy because if they don't want to get married to the assigned seating guy.
okay, this is blowing my mind. So for the
Yeah.
last while, I've been obsessed. Have I talked to you yet about the Alexandra text
Mm. Mm-mm.
by Lycofron?
No.
So this is like blowing my mind. So this is something Ammon had recommended me a while back, but when he first recommended, I was nowhere. I was not near enough on like I hadn't done enough study to even
Mm.
understand what the hell was going on. So again, it came up. Wretch was recommending it. So a few months back, I finally started like doing the diligent study, trying to pierce this and reading secondary literature, and I finally have gotten it down. But it is one of the most wild and intense texts I've ever read. It's one long poem told by a knight who's relaying a story that he heard from Cassandra. So Cassandra, right, the prophet of
Of
Apollo,
course, the call to
right?
prayer starts playing now as you're telling this story, right? Okay.
Right? So wild. So, for those of you who are unfamiliar with Cassandra, she is a princess of Troy and she is the chosen of Apollo. But in her story, Apollo promises her the gift of prophecy, but then he demands that she marry him and she refuses. So, Apollo can't renege on his gift, but she refuses his bed. So, what does he do? Is he spits in her mouth and curses her, and the curse is that she will be able to prophesy correctly, but no one will ever believe her. And so she gets locked up in a castle,
Yeah.
right, in a tower, and she screams,
That's what they
well,
did to Santa Barbara. They stuck her in a
exactly,
tower. Yeah.
exactly why I'm bringing this all
Freaking
up.
Rapunzel. Yeah.
It's so wild. But okay, so the Alexandra, though, is a reimagining of this. Alexandra is an ancient epithet of Hera, one of the earliest. It's
Mm.
Pelasgian, and it means the rebuker of men.
Oof.
Rebuker of men. So they don't call her Cassandra. She's now Alexandra. She is the goddess Hera,
Wow.
empowered in this particular story. And she goes through and does a retelling of the Trojan War, but she denies the Greeks Kleos glory. At every step of the way, she denies them glory and she humanizes the Trojans.
Mm.
You know, so like she reduces Odysseus to the sacker of cities. And this is not a good epithet anymore. This
Right.
is now you are the sacker of cities.
Just
You're
a
a
thug.
desecrator, a
Yeah.
thug, right? So there's all this wild magical implication going on. But where it gets even wilder is how, in the end of her story, she gets abducted by Agamemnon, who wants to make her his new queen. And then Clytemnestra comes and kills her, chops her
Yeah.
head off. And she foresees all of this happening.
Oh
This
boy,
is
you didn't want to run into Clytemnestra in a dark alley. That bitch was
no
serious.
psycho evil lady, right?
Okay.
So wild, horrific stuff. But right on the cusp, she's prophesying and telling the story because she knows Clytemnestra is going to kill her, and then she's going to kill her husband. It's going to be the grand tragedy. But
Right.
she prophesizes that Rome is going to rise, and they're going to be her ancestors reborn, and they're going to get revenge on all of the Greeks. But more than this, they talk about how Hera's temple will be reformed and how Though only those who go and pray to Hera are going to be protected, basically. She curses everyone. And she foretells that there's going to be on Sicily a specific temple dedicated to her.
Mm.
And women will go there and they'll worship her as Alexandra.
Oh,
And they
wow.
will go to pray when they've been forced into a marriage. You go and you pray to this goddess specifically for that. And she promises that that cult will survive time immemorial and will never stop.
Well,
And
okay, and here we are, right? So, and
exactly.
here we are. So
And here
we've
we
got a
are.
global situation right now,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Where women en masse, almost as a monolith, are saying what I've been saying, which is I love men. Most of my friends are men. Most of the nurturing in my life has come from men. And I'm not putting up with any bullshit at all. It's basically the rebuker of toxic masculinity. It's
Yes.
not rebuking men.
Well, there's yeah, it's her in that energy of the protector of women
It's
when
that
women need to be
women
protected.
have figured out
Mhm.
that it's more stable to have a household and kids with another woman, and then you sleep with whoever you want.
Well, this is, I think, a really also important magical thing because I've been doing a lot of meditating upon this. Because, okay, if we have the story of Attis enshrined by Julian as like the quintessential masculine version of how you become the androgyne, how you give up that energy and you reform yourself. So
Yes.
then what is the quintessential? What would be the reverse? What would be the feminine? It's Medea's story,
Yeah.
right? Because the what where the man has to give up the possession of the nymphs and the abuse of the nymphs and has to give up the power of generation. What
Yeah.
does the feminine do in Medea's story? She has to give up the security of the masculine. She has to rebuke the possessor man and become the emperor in her own life. And she
Yes.
has to move away
You
from that
need to
mother role.
transcend the gender binary. And a
Exactly.
man who cannot help defend me from the toxic masculinity in the world is no use to me,
Exactly.
right? And it's happening here too.
Yeah.
So here's the interesting thing. I mean, Cairo is one of the oldest cities in the world. There's all kinds of realities. I intentionally got places in different parts of the city just to see different realities here, and there are women wearing niqab here, for
Right.
sure. And there are women in hijab, for sure. And
And there
there
are
are
women
women
like
who,
that
who,
that
who
person we just saw. Like
would
how
never,
yeah.
right? Who would never, right?
Yeah.
But increasingly, there are women who wear it selectively.
Yeah.
Like, what if I'm just going to the grocery store and I don't want to get looked at? So
Yeah.
I stick on hijab. It's a signal to everyone to leave you alone,
Yeah, it's a
basically.
protective barrier, you
And
know?
I saw women arrive in hijab, take it off, and then other people come over and they put it back on. It's a layer of privacy. It was.
Yeah.
It's no longer that this is this tiny margin of time when it's about shame. It wasn't in the beginning, and it isn't now. Nobody's
Right.
wearing that because they feel dirty. That's a stereo. Some that's I don't know who
It's a
told us that.
Western thing that's
It's
trying to
silly.
vilify. Yeah.
It's silly. But what if they don't want to be sexualized today?
Right.
You know, and the result is, you know, I received so much respect from men.
Mm.
This is no catcalls. This is no slime dogs. There's literally a meter of space there because of the culture where the women are very clear about when they want to be left alone. They assume that you want to be left alone until otherwise notified, which is fucking amazing, yo.
Oh,
Like,
man. Yeah.
if I could have lived like this in my home country, like, wow, okay.
Well, I felt it in the other side when I lived in India for about 9 months in total. And the big thing, one of the biggest things that was a wake-up call for me there is like I'm generally not friends with very many men. And the
Mm,
men, most of the men that I'm friends with are gay men, just because of like how I am and the
yeah.
person that I am. And because,
It's-
traditional male friendship is just like, at least in the West, no, I'm not into any of this stuff. I don't want to be a part of it. But
Well,
in
that's the
India,
thing. I
I was
mean, I
able to
might be a
develop.
long haired guy, but I'm non binary too. And so I
Right,
tried.
right,
I tried to put on a skirt, but I can't keep that shit on my head. I'm always picking at it and like it's falling
right.
off. And I'm like, doing this unsuccessfully is not respectful. you know. And so I went to a men's store and
Right.
I bought some Egyptian men's clothes. And I didn't get a single side eye.
Right.
They're like, okay, right on, you know.
They just accept you
There,
and respect you.
there's a gay community in Cairo. There's a
Right.
trans community in Cairo, growing trans community, and there's growing respect for the growing trans community in Cairo. Now, the government is still fucked up, but like, whose isn't, right?
Right. Right.
You
Government is
can
always.
still get put in jail for sodomy here.
Mhm.
Um, the the situation, they're mostly Sunnis. Most Egyptians think that Shiites are nuts. Like they're not, you know, they
Yeah.
have Jewish community, they have a Coptic Christian community, they have all kinds of things going on here. One thing I really need to look up though is because this is
Mm.
the only city I've ever been in. There's no Chinese people. Like
Right.
none.
You were
There's
mentioning
no
that.
Chinatown, and that's weird, man. There has to
There
be
has to be
some
some
history
weird
to
political
that
things. Yeah.
because Chinese people are everywhere. They're welcome, you know,
Absolutely.
and they have a vast network. But they have stereotypes about Chinese. They're like, yeah, but the Chinese put a wall around themselves. I'm like, no, they didn't. What are you talking about? They're like an isolationist society. Why would they be here? And I'm like, oh wow, oh wow, you don't know anything. No, no, the Chinese have a vast network all over the planet of herbal medicine and business and
And the
shipping
time
and
of the time of Chinatowns are pretty gone, you know? Like, a lot of that was prejudice here in the West. You don't really see that
well,
anymore.
people are more integrated because they're
Right.
not as freaked out. But there are still
Yeah.
in San Francisco old
Yeah, you
Chinese
get
ladies who
communal
never
groups.
learned English and maybe they
Yeah.
were even born here.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
I
still
mean,
care and they
you're
don't
gonna
have
find
to,
that in
so screw
every
it.
community, though, you know?
Yeah.
Those people who are holdouts, who find a
Yeah.
way to not have to learn the language even though they're
Yeah.
in a foreign place, you
Yeah.
know? That's just the thing, right?
Another thing that I thought was amazing that I found out when I asked around is that the old religion is still practiced.
Well, that's
Oh,
interesting.
wait, what? Yeah,
'Cause I would assume
practiced
because of
in
the Selene
exactly
and
the
the
same way.
Coptics,
And
where
I
and
started
when?
asking, like, well, where? Well, in the ruins, mostly in the south, and a lot in Dendera, in the Hathor temple.
Oh, wow.
And I'm asking, okay,
Love
what do you do? What goes on?
it.
It's exactly like Lukumi. It's exactly like Santeria, with
Mm,
the barbecue and everything, and the
mm.
dancing and the drumming and all night, and then you pluck, and then you cook, and then you eat.
Oh, wow.
And yeah,
Beautiful.
I didn't know that at all. And I'm like, well, who do you have to know to get invited to that party?
Right?
And the guy told me you gotta sit around and drink a lot of tea. You hang out for a very long time.
And you get known, right? You
And
word of
then
mouth.
maybe you get invited. But it's not a closed thing. Like
Mm,
Santeria people are like totally like, what you do about that? Like, what are you doing here? But
yeah.
they're not closed like that. They're into it. You know.
Mm. That's awesome, you know? Because, I mean, you see, a lot of these more ancient religions have become closed because of the extreme persecution. So, like, I see that around me with a lot of all of the indigenous stuff is just it's completely closed,
Totally down. Yeah.
you know?
Well, but because here is a place where the ancient and the modern is happening at the same time, like you're seeing horse
Yeah,
carts on the fucking freeway
that's
and
true.
tuk-tuks and tuk-tuks piled with 20 mattresses that are like swaying
That's
and
so
regular
ridiculous.
cars and it's passing each other. Oh my God, a heart attack.
Yeah,
But
it sounds like
everything's
India.
happening at the same time. And
Yeah,
so there's not really any conflict between being a Muslim and practicing the old religion, which is wild, right?
right.
Because
That
in
is
a lot of Muslim situations, that would be completely taboo and not okay.
right. Well, we see
But
so
here,
yeah, because like I have some friends, for example, who are from Malaysia, and they're
mm,
talking about like how just extraordinarily like bigoted the culture is, and especially the government, and how they
mm,
persecute the Hindu minority, and if like
mm, mm.
and the tribal stuff is just not even talked about, you know.
Now, see, that's the thing is we have to learn to sift it out. With what is the state
Mm,
and
right.
and and what is the
What is the
faith?
people? Yeah.
Because Anytime you
People
go
are
into any
far
kind of
more
temple, you
normal.
can tune in and feel all the weird socio-political stuff, or you can tune in and feel the people that came there to meditate.
Right.
Like anybody else, and with all their good faith.
So
And so, yeah,
you traveling around Egypt though as a spiritual medium. You had
right.
mentioned you felt a few things. What has been your spiritual connection here in Egypt? Have you noticed anything profound or
Well,
anything
you
you're
know,
willing, of course, to share, of
besides
course?
the colored lights blowing my mind in the Sobek
Right,
temple,
yeah, that's pretty amazing.
it's this same thing that Old Boy is on about, that Luca Zampi is on about, that all this is so much older than
Mm,
we've been imagining, you know?
right.
And it's sort of like with the David Graeber book, it reinforces my feeling that we lived in egalitarian communities for way longer. Like this is a blip in human history. This
Yeah,
kings thing and the state religion bullshit and like, Mary stopped here on her trip to, what are you talking about? Right? Like it's just such nonsense, right?
right.
And so it's really hard to see Christianity without seeing the state religion that it still is.
Mm,
The Pope still owns half of everything.
right.
That's crazy. And so then you get political religious states like Iran, very complex, but also you talk to your average Iranian and they're like they're not religious freaks.
No,
That's the government, like
that's
the
the government.
US, right?
Most people are
Where
just normal.
yeah, okay. And they're just situationally religious, where that's the community center and it's the one nearby, and that's where the kids play together, and so they go there.
People just don't talk like, I met quite a few Iran like in India because India is a cheap country and it's a
Mm,
democracy. So a
mm,
lot of Iranians went to India to get an education, you
right,
know,
right.
because you can afford one, you can learn English there,
Yeah.
So there was a huge community at the university I stayed at, and Iranian people are just so beautiful. But yeah, most of them are just like, look, I don't want to talk about religion. I don't want to
Yeah.
think about religion. I'm
Yeah.
here in India, and here I am as the Westerner being like, I want to see, I come from the most secular of countries imaginable. And I'm like, I want to see it all. And they're looking at me side eye, like, are you crazy?
Yeah.
Like, why would you
Right.
want that?
Why would you
You
go
know?
to like a religious state funded summer camp? Yeah.
Right. And I'm trying to ask them, oh, I'm interested. Tell me about Shia. And they're looking at me like, why would you ever want to know? There was a few people who I warmed up to, but like the general, like people are not religious freaks. People are
No,
people,
and I mean the most in your face response I ever got was from my Tunisian friend Camus, and I asked him like, "What do they want?" And he says, "You don't know what they want? They want me on my knees 5 times a day, you in a bag, and nobody dancing. Can't you see that?"
It's that simple.
And I was
It's
like,
that
"Whoa,
simple.
okay." But
Yeah.
that's not the attitude I've found here in Cairo. People have a generally congenial attitude towards the call to prayer. It's a call
Mm,
to just go inside for a minute, check in with your, spiritual self, take a
right.
breath, have no words, and connect in. And yeah, it's 5 times a day. I have friends here who go down on their knees 5 times a day. I have friends here who sneer at that. And
Yeah.
what
but I mean,
when
like,
I was ready to put on the niqab though was out in the desert because of the
Mm,
dust and the flies.
right.
No, you're not
Right.
gonna find niqab in the Quran. It's not. It's Bedouin culture.
Right.
And it developed out of a situation where that is the most comfortable attire. And the farm workers that I saw who start at 4 a.m. and quit at noon, they're wearing that because of dust. My hair got crispy. Like the only way to keep your hair nice is to cover it up.
Right.
So
Right.
it's all
I
very
mean,
much more banal than we like to believe.
absolutely. We vilify that call to prayer idea, but I mean,
Ain't no
I grew
different
up.
from church bells.
I
Try
grew up with
try
a
Europe for
deeply,
church bells in
yeah,
your face all the time.
exactly. I think about my grandmother before she passed was into the hours, the Christian hours.
Ah,
So she was doing it
yeah.
every hour.
Vespers and
Okay.
yeah, 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 yeah.
you know, until up
Yeah.
until her matins, and she would sometimes she'd sleep on the floor when she felt that she had done something wrong. you know,
Wow.
freak me the heck out. She would
That's
put
what freaked I
the
when
she'd
I
put
went
the
to
fronds over our bed, on like Ash Wednesday, come in and mark us with the cross and put the fronds over,
Right.
pretend to whip us like Jesus, like
Wow.
freak the heck out of me.
The weirdest thing like that I ever saw was in Portugal at the Cathedral of Lourdes, where they had the Virgin apparition there, where the little kids saw the Virgin, and then two out of three of them died of Spanish flu,
Oh
and the
man.
other one went to a cloister. But they have a big area in front of the cathedral where people walk around. It's like bigger than a football field. And I saw people walking around on their knees on the concrete again and again, and their pants are erect and their knees are completely bleeding. You know, but the Buddhists do that too. They take a walk three
Oh
thousand
yeah.
miles to the tree on their knees and stuff.
It's all just human stuff, you know. I mean, who am I to talk? I get up every single morning and I'm chanting magical prayers. I'm cleaning my altar and lighting my candle. I do it twice a day. They do it
Talk
five
about the
times a
apple
day.
not falling
Oh
far
wow.
from the tree,
Right?
right?
Right? Like not that, you know, except they would look at what I'm doing, talk about narcissism, a small difference, right?
Yeah,
They'd look at what
yeah.
I'm doing and say it's evil and satanic, you know? And meanwhile, I'm looking at what we do and I go, hey, we got a lot more in common, you know?
Well, why? I'm sorry. Is it better to like have a beer and watch a TV show 5 times a day?
Right. Oh, you gosh.
What are we connecting in with? What do we
Right.
consider to be neutral? What's our, where do we rest? You know?
Right. You know, there's also this thing I find with like, you know, with my Indian friends, a couple of my Iranian friends, you know, a lot of my spiritual friends, you have these conversations and there's this, you know, there's a desire with more spiritual people to either connect inwardly to themselves and their dreams or to try to experience some kind of greater experience than this world, whether it's
Well, you
psychedelic
go out
or
in nature.
yogic or, you
Go
know,
out in nature,
that's what
yeah.
they all share in common. Whereas, like, a lot of people are just so caught up in material they can't even imagine paying attention to their dream. Their dream occupies too much of their space. Why am I not watching TV? You know, like, don't get me
And
wrong, I love good
then
art,
there's
but
Tyson Yunkaporta, who is the
yeah,
recent translator of Aboriginal thought, and he says some pretty bitch slappy things too, like, "Oh, you think Indigenous culture is so cool and dreamy and stuff." He's like, "Listen, Indigenous culture is the same all over the world. There's two rules. One,
mm,
anything you think you have, you don't have that because it belongs to the totally belongs to the community,
yep,
right?" Like
pretty
if you
much.
go away and make money and come back, it's gone. You know, you have to give it to everybody. Rule number two is you do what your mom says. Now that's heavy duty.
That is heavy
Westerners, they don't
duty.
like that. They do not consider that romantic. That's not the part they're interested in. And if your mom says no, you're not, you know, going to theater school, you're marrying your cousin. That's what you do.
Yeah, that's very true. That is a good way to think about a lot. You know, that matriarchal kind of line is paramount, whether it's a
Yeah.
grandmother or your mother. You know, yeah, and
Westerners, we
yeah.
don't like that. We
Other than
consider
that, you know,
individuation to be the mark of adulthood.
right?
You're supposed to tell your mother, fuck you, and go off with your three gold coins and do your own
Go build
thing.
your own castle, right?
Otherwise, you're
Go
not
find
even
your own one.
you're not really a grown up, you know. And
Right.
that's not reality. That's insane. You know what are you talking about? The
That's a good
economy isn't
point.
even built like that anymore.
I know. This is the thing that blows my mind. It's like, should we not be living in more communal? Like, people want to share. I remember reading, like, they were trying to shame polyamorous couples or people who are co-inhabiting, like two couples in the same house, because this is weird and you're not doing the traditional family thing. And I'm just like, you think anyone is choosing this? I mean, except for
Well,
the
here
rare
ain't no different.
polyamorous
They've got
couple,
a
you
whole
know? Like,
section of the desert that is like brand new single family housing, and it's only 20% occupied because it's mostly bought up by investment banks. Investing in what? That we've been printing funny money since 1945, and finally everyone knows. Like, this is over. There's no more money for that, you know?
you know,
And nobody wants a single family home with one cool bedroom, one shitty one, and one under the stairs. We don't want it,
no,
you
and you
know?
know, if you think about like the tradition, like around here, we have the Ojibwe peoples, and they used to live in the longhouse, and it would be you'd have 4 or 5 grandmothers in a longhouse and all of their descendants, you know, so you could have, you know, upwards of of a couple hundred people in one of these longhouses, but it would be, this is all your extended family, and everyone supports each other in that
So
longhouse.
this
Everyone
is the
is
thing.
together,
We've been
you know?
living in round, concentric, egalitarian communities for
Right.
literally millions of years. And then we have this weird little blip where the Romans appropriate Christianity as a state religion and fuck the world in the ear,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're still getting over it, you know? We're
Yeah.
still trying to figure out who we are.
I think it's there. Yeah. Yeah. It's so true, because that's when you get that the patriarchal war cult meets religion, and together they're able to create this whole economy of fascism, and that economy has just never stopped, and it's just continued to just, it's become a excuse me, it's become a parasite. It's become a parasite.
What I feel encouraged by is, for example, this last weekend was Hajj weekend, and they sacrificed the goat.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of goats for sale, and so sheep with a ram. I think it was a ram,
Mm.
and this is way older, way older than Islam, right?
Oh
And
yeah.
so the thing that encourages me is that all these self-professed monotheists kind of know and also kind of don't know that they're still practicing the old religion. That just like in those pictures, all the Christians do, the Great Wall of Babylon, smack a cathedral on top of there, and we're done. You don't even have
Right.
to go somewhere else next Sunday. You
I
just
just
go
wish
here, and they just switch the book, and
but the key to these animist religions, though, is you sacrifice the goat with the understanding that now the goat gives you its life, right? It's out of death comes life. It's that whole cycle of death and rebirth. Dionysus is both the
yeah,
sacrificial goat and the wine you drink and the new grass that
yes,
comes out of the shit,
yes.
right?
And who is the dying and risen God whose blood is wine?
Dionysus,
Ooh,
Jesus,
yeah. So it's just,
Osiris.
since it's such a tiny parenthesis, we could go back to that
Yeah,
in a minute.
we could. We could go
Yes.
back to that in a
Or
minute.
we will go forward into something like totally else.
Yeah. I think it needs to be an amalgam of both, right?
Mm,
I think we constantly need to be reflecting upon the past and bringing it into the present,
yeah.
right? This is what I like about Amon's work so much, because it's about taking that ancient perspective and
Yeah.
bringing it into our modern context,
Yeah.
right? You
Yeah.
perceive the world through that linguistic lens of Greek, and now it expands your
And when
mindset,
you go on that
takes
deep
you out
dive,
of
you
that,
realize we never left it.
right? And like there's so much power though with all this too, because people forget, right? And this is something I relate to so hard as a bilingual person, and who grew up in a really ridiculous political situation
Yeah.
whose families really split along the Quebecois English
Mm,
line. You
mm,
know, not my personal, but my whole family fought it over this for hundreds of years. Seriously, okay, and it's just ridiculous.
mm,
But what that allowed me to recognize is that there's such a huge emphasis placed upon the French language,
mm.
because to lose the French language would be to lose the perspective of my ancestors. I
Right.
would no longer see the world with their eyes. And there's all of this hyper analysis of the English language and
Mm.
how it is used, especially as a tool of American
Oh yeah.
propaganda to, and as capitalist propaganda. And, French is not exempt from this, but because we're the other, we are able to look at English and be critical to English, but we couldn't do it to
Well, you
ourselves.
got
You know?
English, Spanish, and Arabic
Right.
that have become universal languages through this process of
Yeah, and
basically
Chinese, and now Han
colonialism.
Chinese is coming in the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
But but what it is though, what I recognize about these languages is that they color your perspectives. They inform how you see the world. They make, like you were talking about, I'm gonna go to Egypt. Like, you're one of the most progressive people I've ever met in my life, and I'm gonna go to Egypt and unlearn, because you understand, just growing up in America,
Yeah.
there's going to be some internal bias. It's a human thing.
Absolutely.
Just having the English language, black and white, thinking about things in terms of black and white, we're already in that mindset, right?
Yeah.
This is a language that was developed for capital and for colonial control.
And
You know,
then there's the
it doesn't make it
resurgence of
evil.
indigenous language,
Yeah.
Gaelic, almost died
Yeah.
out. Irish Gaelic
Now it's
almost
coming
died
back.
out, and now everybody's speaking it. And you've got Ohlone language. There were
Right.
literally like three people who spoke it left, and one of them died, and they were like, "Oh fuck!" And now there's 100. You
Right.
know,
And that's so
and
beautiful.
and this is the language that is about the land that you're a part of. In Gaelic, they have a ridiculous number of words for moss.
Right.
In
Right.
Hawaiian, they have a silly number of words for lava. Bailey's hair, Bailey's breasts, Bailey's shoes, Bailey's right,
Well,
and
there's
it's
just
all different kinds of lava.
there's always just this understanding. Okay, so like for example, okay, we had a massive cold snap here in my community, and I'm right into gardening, and I planted some of my things early, and I had to bring them in, and then I have an indigenous friend, and they're laughing at me, and they're like, Snappy, don't you know you don't plant till after June 6th, till after the new moon? It's just
Yeah,
that's when you plant your vegetables around here because the
yeah,
cold snap can come. And I'm like,
yeah,
I don't know this.
yeah,
What are you talking about? Like, but it's like ingrained in their culture. What
yeah,
we follow the moons, and the moons tell you what crops to plant when.
yeah.
And like, I don't know this knowledge. I can learn this knowledge, but I have to go out and learn it. It should be just
And then you
natural.
see becoming official. Like in Morocco, the new king
Mm,
declared Amasir, the indigenous language, that it's the official third language now. It's taught in schools, which it wasn't before.
that's
You can get a
beautiful.
free ride through your PhD if you major in it. And this is the then they find out because these borders were so tight they actually didn't know that it's the same language they're speaking in Algeria. It's the same language they're speaking in Libya, these they've maintained it in secret, hidden in the carpets, and they're
Well,
reviving an almost erased language.
always so much more connected, right? Like people want to separate Libya and Egypt, right? But Libya
Maghreb is the one
is
thing, North Africa.
right?
Yeah,
That whole North African culture is huge and massive, and it's all interconnected,
yeah.
you know? But this is how it always is with people. But one thing I want to get into is you also did another really incredible trip in this last little while. You
Oh, I
had
did.
a
Yeah.
magical opportunity to go to Sicily to hang out with one of my favorite people ever, Dr. Carla Ionescu, to
She's
study
amazing.
Artemis. So tell us about your trip to Sicily and the visiting of the Artemis temple. What was
Well,
this
I
like?
had no idea what it was gonna be like, and I'm afraid of girls, so I was like, "Oh
Yeah.
God, it's a women's group. Oh shit!" Even the guest house we're staying, and it's like all women thing. Oh no, and they were all cool. There
Mm.
wasn't anybody nice there, and so it was easy because that's really the problem with too much estrogen is in the room is there's all these undercurrents, and I'm going, oh, I'm never gonna get
You
this.
don't know if anyone's mad at you. Everyone's so
Yeah, oh
smiley.
my
You're like,
God.
who's gonna crack first?
And no, everybody was kind of bitchy and over it, and all ages, and it was only six of us total, and then there were a couple other people that came in for certain aspects of it, but we went to Corfu. Oh God, no, I can't remember the names of anything.
It
Um,
has been a few
but
weeks.
there was a temple of Diana up on a cliff, and then there was also the previous, the indigenous temple that was there, and it was a well, and they worshipped a water goddess they preferred not to name.
Oh wow, that's
And
wild.
so the Diana temple got put right there because, yeah, and it's huge. It has those same massive stones that you can't figure out how they moved them, and they're fit together crazy. And yeah, it's
That
older. It's older than Diana, that temple. And
that
so
makes me think
the
of the nymph who may not, who shouldn't be named. That makes me think of Tacita, right?
yeah, exactly,
Right.
exactly.
That's so
And
wild.
so the indigenous Sicilians, when the Greeks got there, they were still wearing skins,
Right.
and they learned weaving from
Right.
from the Greeks. But
And they
what
say they're Pelasgians, right? That they were founded by Circe in the
they
earliest myths.
were practicing the core and Demeter
Mm,
religion.
right.
So they clearly had already had a wave from the Near East, but nobody remembers when. That's back in the event horizon. By the time the
Right.
Greeks get there, they're worshiping Demeter and the core and these unnamed spring goddesses. And then, then the Greeks bring in their whole pantheon. Um,
Wild.
yeah,
That's so
Sicily
interesting.
is a unique place. It's like Crete, it's Crete's not really Greece, and Sicily's not really Italy.
Both of these,
Um,
well, those all those islands are always such melting pots because everyone fights over them, right?
yeah, yeah, right. And then the Spanish took over, and all that stuff.
You get
And
everyone's culture in there, right?
yeah, and so that makes it easy to understand why they still have cartels and they still have,
Yeah. Wild, wild, wild stuff. But that's
And
amazing.
so then again we went to the Artemis Museum in Sicily, and there are just all these little tiny votives and lamps. And there you get a sense of the people who come to pray, people who come to meditate, and thousands of years it was Artemis. That's what it was about. And and then what did we do? Oh yeah. Well, we went, and here's a fun church that still has the columns of the Athena temple as part of its
Oh,
structure.
that's
So you
wild.
can see them outside, kind of they've uncovered them from the wall, and you can see the original columns, and they're massive, and there's this huge, important Athena temple, and now it's Saint Claire. No, not Claire. Oh God, Santa Lucia.
Okay.
Santa Lucia. So people remember Santa Lucia as they put out her eyes, but that never happened. No, the eyes in the hand is an Athena thing.
Right. The gray-eyed, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so Santa Lucia is still pictured with the eyes in the hand, and they're like, oh, they put out her. No, they didn't. Sure, yeah, they killed her because she didn't want to get married, but but she is just, this is all happening at the same time. She's a then modern iteration of the
Oh, that's so interesting. Because I would love to
yeah.
know more about this Athena temple because, right, we have 2 iterations of Athena within the Greek tradition. We have the Athenia of Athens,
Mm,
who is more connected to the Scythians and has
yeah.
all that iconography, and then
Mm,
we have the Libyan Athena, who is connected to Siwa, and her thing is
right.
she's autochthonous. She's
See,
born of
that's
the
where I'm gonna
earth
go next time I
with
come to
Triton.
Egypt. Is I'm gonna go to Siwa, get buried in
Right.
this.
Oh, yeah, you gotta go check all that stuff out because there's all
Yeah.
that weird stuff going on with the Libyan Athena. She has, like, a stepsister who dies, and then she wears her skin, and this is
Whoa,
how she gets the name Pallas. Whereas
whoa.
in the Athenian version, the Athenian, Athena, she gets the Pallas name by slaying this giant Pallas, skinning him, and wearing it as an aegis, wearing it as part of her armor.
That's some weird shit, man.
Right? And so this also, like, to me, I see this as part of
Or
that wild kind of
is it
twins.
allegory, or is it real? Right.
Right.
So is Santa Lucia slipping into the skin,
Right.
right, of Athena? And then right next to that they have a Apollo temple. And they recently found in the foundations the Artemis temple from before.
Oh,
Buried.
wow. Yeah, man. Well, they do that everywhere. Freaking on Delos itself, they found the feminine iterations. We talked about this, right? In the earliest archaeology, it's actually this nursemaid goddess, Elethwia, which
Right.
is distinctly a Cretan goddess,
Right.
in the earliest versions.
And that's
And then
the beginning
Artemis
of
usurps.
medicine with the midwifery.
Yeah, that's the midwife magic. So in the earliest versions, she helps, Leto give birth on Delos, which is actually her sister Asteria, too. Like, the island is a goddess, right? There's so
Right.
much wild feminine magic happening on Delos. Originally, there's this trinity of 3 goddesses that come together to give birth to the twins.
Right.
And to me, that's like so quintessential in magic. But they twisted in the later tradition, Elithwia disappears, and it's Artemis who is the birth mother,
But
right?
that's the other thing about Sicily is Etna.
Right.
Where we were was right at the foot of Etna. You can't go anywhere that you don't look up and there's Etna. And she's smoking. She's alive.
Oh man. Okay, I meant to tell you this. I forgot because of, other drama in my life. But remember I told you I had that weird dream about the mountain that stood up and it was this weird shadow figure. And I was thinking, oh, it must be related to Typhon. And this is when you're in Sicily, okay? And I had a dream. You're pointing at this
I had
mountain,
to ask
telling me
my
to look at
godmother,
it.
and she said it was Agayu. The silent still mountain is the volcano.
Right? Well, exactly. So what I'm thinking is that this was Typhon,
Mm.
because
Mm.
in the mythology, Athena defeats Typhon by beating him with Mount Etna and bury him underneath it. She literally lifts it up and buries him underneath it. And so Etna erupting is Typhon trying to break free.
Oh
It's a
wow!
cyclical thing where his
Oh
energy is
wow!
allowed to release, but he's
Okay.
trapped under Mount Etna, because of his
Right.
extreme hubris. But
Right.
it's cyclical.
And there's a
Eventually,
hot spring called Vulcan. Like these are all real
oh
people in real
wow.
places. You know.
Real people, real places. It's so
Mm.
interesting, yeah. Oh, I gotta go to Mount Etna. That sounds wild. Did you
Yeah.
actually see that at mountain? Did you go check it out, or?
Yeah, you can't not see it from where you could see it from the roof of the little guest house where we were. You could see it from the museum. You could see it from the restaurant. You could see it from the Artemis. It's
It's
massive.
just
It's
everywhere,
towering over everything and
right?
just smoking and spewing lava indefinitely.
That's so wild. That's just so wild. That's just so wild. Yeah, there's something about the rivers and mountains, because the other sacred mountain, of course, is Ida in Crete, and then you got
Mm. Mm.
Parnassus in mainland Greece.
Yeah.
But yeah, wild. That's so wild.
And I was thinking about Aletheia, and that's what they dug up recently is that the witches were using polecats, ferrets.
Right.
And I was like, why? And it turns out it was illegal to export cats from Egypt. Like the Egyptians were hoarding the cats and breeding them into different breeds and like having fun with cats. And and that it was illegal to export them. So the Italian witches and the Greek, the ones in Crete, they were using polecats as their familiar, who they are then exchanging fluids with, that they're taking the same drugs, and they're using the fluids in their medicine.
Wow, that's so wild, right? And we see the polecat even with the Minoan goddesses. Most people recognize the snake, but there's a
That's the
few
ones. Yeah,
with the
that's the
cat on the
Crete.
head,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And then Googling that, I found out that my Irish tinker ancestors with those cute little carts, the big
Mm.
horses, that their whole houses in there, they're breeding ferrets in the walls. Oh, yes, they are
Oh,
for rabbit hunting.
wild.
And they've got this net, right? And I was like, how's that done? There's this video of a guy doing it on YouTube where he's got this net that he puts over the hill that's got a lot of rabbit holes on it. And then he lets the ferrets loose, and then the rabbits pop out of their holes and into the net. And there you go, there's dinner.
Oh, wow. That's a wild way to hunt using ferrets. How crazy.
Must have been an interesting olfactory experience having
Oh
ferrets in the
god.
walls, right?
Yeah, geez, right? Yeah, I didn't even think about that. You gotta get those things scented, right? Oh man.
Well, it's all ventilated, yeah, and you're traveling, so
Gosh. Oh wow. In that traveler culture, it's so unique and wild.
yeah.
It's hard to say where it fully originates.
It's
It
basically indigenous European culture.
right.
And
Gaelic.
when they made this division between the settlers and the nomads, because that was not separate for like this most of human history we're talking about, where we lived in
Right.
egalitarian cities. It would be like one brother is the gardener and the other brother takes the goats up there. Why? Because you don't want the goats eating the garden.
Yeah, people
I mean,
often forget
we're
about this.
coexisting even in families, never mind cities and stuff like that.
Right. I remember reading
But
this thing where it was like there were periods of history where the people in the city would try to stop a lot of these say you were banished. And banished just meant like now you couldn't come into the cities. Well, a
well,
lot of these
like I
people just go
remember
live as nomads and just
Clarissa
be happy.
Piccola says, she interpreted that, oh, women were banished when they're on their period. And she's like, what woman doesn't want to be banished when they're on their period?
Oh
Like, get the
gosh.
fuck away from me, right? That's
But this is also like, yeah, this is part of the reason when we get capital rising, one of the first things that the noble lords do in Europe is destroy the commons. get rid of the commons and
Right.
close off the woods, because once you stop people going into these woods that are fully fledged ecosystems
They're full of
designed to
food, and
feed
that's where the
people,
springs are,
right?
and yeah, and those are the roads that go in between things that the travelers still use. In France, they reopened them, and in Ireland, some of them are still active, you know. But yeah, there was a certain point where capitalism decided that nomads were not productive enough.
Right.
um, I just listened to a guy talking about ADHD and nomadic life, where that would definitely be an advantage.
Right.
And so, if that's your genetic stream, then maybe that's why. But yeah, they're sort of not very tameable, not very cageable folks,
And this
and
has always
so
been the
they
thing with
they they started getting pushed out, right?
right? Well, it's like, in Roman times, that word pagan, it just meant the rural folk, the nomad folk, the people
The
who didn't
regular
live by
people.
the laws,
Yeah,
right? The people who were out in the wilds, in the
yeah,
wild, the philosophers, they would go out and just go live off the grass, like just go
yeah,
live. Like you can't even imagine that in our modern age.
yeah,
There are people who do live like that, but it's so radical in many ways,
yeah.
right?
It
Where
is.
this would have been just an alternative
As
way
a
of life.
Unabomber, I mean, you got to be a little bit crazy nowadays.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Well, it's weird is that you get these mix. Okay, I saw this really cool interview a while back with one of these guys. He was raised in this culture, these traditional French people who live in like the very rural parts of Normandy, and they live a natural life. They're Huguenots. Okay, they're very deeply Protestant, and they don't have electricity and whatnot, and they just kind of live a natural life. And so one of these American YouTubers went to go and he's talking to him, and he's trying to explain to this Huguenot the prepper culture in America, right? And like talking about this, and the guy's just like, if there was a collapse, I'm going to give everyone my food, because the first thing they're going to do is they're going to go, oh, so and so knows how to live off the land. They're going to come and take my food. He goes,
Yeah.
I'm not disconnected from society. I'm not disconnected from anyone. I go and bring my stuff to market. And I recognize like there's no running from society. I'm just living a different way of life. It's like this is the big difference in our modern Western lens. These people many of them are trying to, or they're fetishizing this idea of being independent and being separate. That's not what these other communities were
No,
doing.
that's the thing. Is
Yeah,
you wouldn't last one season without a community.
right.
Imagine the Bedouins here with the scarcity of water and all that. You're not gonna last a season, my friend, without community.
Yeah, you're not gonna last at all, right? And there's just an understood. It's like if I got something and people need it, they're gonna come take it. So of course I'm gonna share it. What do you mean I'm not gonna share
And
it?
we can use the same tools we're using to isolate, right? With
Yeah,
our imaginary friends and stuff, with the internet. I made an Egyptian friend a couple
right.
of years ago, and he was always saying, "Why don't you come check it out, man? You're a curious person." And so the you can make friends before you go to a place, and that will make your experience of the place that much more fun and more interesting and more real. Because Giza is Disneyland. It's Times Square.
Right.
And it's a theater thing. A lot. And it's fun. There are people who were born there and live their whole life there. And I talked to one guy that said, "Yeah, no, we know that we don't know why the pyramids give us energy, but we all go up and get a view of them when we're studying for an exam, because we can focus better. We don't know why the horses run faster when they're in there near the pyramids, but they do." And he said, "I know what your next question is, so I'm just going to answer it. No, I never get tired of looking at it. We never get tired of looking at it because it's generating energy somehow, you know?
Right.
And they're fine with not knowing why or how or whatever. It's mystery. That's what's so great about it.
Right. It doesn't need to be, it's the collective awe, right? Whatever you need to tell yourself, but there you go.
But it's an old culture like Mexico. So nobody is freaked out by my dad, even
Mm,
when I'm freaked out by my dad. I'm
Right.
like, oh no, how embarrassing. And they're just like, whatever, And so in the language that they speak here, the direct translation is that's my father too. That's what I hear all the time. Like the Greeks say, baby man, baby. Here they say that's my father too. How's my father doing today?
Right.
And apparently someone explained to me, you get hella heaven points for taking care of old people. I didn't know that. But you get
Well,
hella
that's
heaven points
beautiful.
in Islam for taking care of old people. So
I mean, it's the cycle, right? It's
yeah,
your parents take care of you so you can take care of them. That's
yeah,
part of life, right? It's like,
yeah,
uh, part of the
yeah.
cycle.
But
I
it's
think
such heaven points that they're like, thanks for sharing some heaven points.
right. That's beautiful, right?
Which is good. Is that not the exact opposite of the attitude that we get
Yeah,
in,
absolutely. I
in
just
the
always think
US,
like, you know,
What are you doing
um,
that? Are you like neurotic? Like why are you living with your parents? Like are you insane? Is there no home you could put them in?
I remember as a kid being deeply offended and upset about The Simpsons and not understanding it. Because my grandparents stayed at home with me. My uncle, who was disabled, stayed at home with me. And then I'm watching this show, and we're all supposed to be laughing, and they're making fun of the fact that they're dumping the old people in the home
Yeah.
to abandon and forget them.
It was
And I'm
already
sitting there,
radical that they even included them at all in the show.
I know, right?
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
just kind of like uncomfortable. I'm like, this is a reality. And it's like,
They
yeah,
have
no,
whole
this
episodes
is a
taking place in
reality.
that home. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's
Yeah.
the joke is let's just stuff them in there, forget about them, or pretend they don't exist.
Yeah.
That's the joke. Because
Yeah.
that's
And
the
every now and then
reality.
they escape and remember.
Yeah. Well, it's even worse when you get into other shows like South Park, where the grandfather keeps trying to commit suicide. And there is
Oh.
no assisted dying or anything. And it's just like I'm way too
Ooh.
sensitive to watch this shit. You know what I
But
mean?
that speaks to the social commentary of cartoons.
Right.
And
Right.
I think that's probably true everywhere. And that brings us to the Iran Lego situation,
Oh
right?
man. Yeah, that's so powerful and
Yeah.
so incredible and wild to see. And
Yeah.
what's wild about that too, okay, I'm sure you've seen him because he's blown up all over YouTube, but I was watching that Professor Marandi, the guy from the University of Tehran. He's become a very
I
important
haven't
like
seen him yet. Oh, I'll have to tune
I'll
in.
send you some links from him. He's become one
Yeah.
of my favorite Iranian speakers because he's very good in English.
Uh
He
huh.
does a lot of these news broadcasts. And
Right.
he's an interesting character because I would not call him like the most pro regime Iranian,
Right.
but all of a sudden now you better believe he's pro Iran. And it's the same thing.
Right.
He's talking about those Lego guys. Those Lego guys, like 4 or 5 years ago, were very different characters and they were only making critical government stuff. And now they are the entire Iranian government propaganda wing. It's like, man, like Americans, do you see how badly you messed up? Do you see how badly you messed up? And this is the thing. I was, talking to some of my friends that because I have a bunch of extended Iranian friends. They're going home. Like they're leaving India and they're going back to Iran in the
Whoa.
middle of a war because
And
this
this
is
is
my
like
duty.
what
This is
Freddie
my duty.
Mercury. Freddie
Yeah.
Mercury was an Iranian that was living for generations in India.
Yeah, but what it is that all these what they've done now is like
Wow.
you've turned it from a national war into a civilizational war, right? Once Trump's threatened to nuke people, right? This is not about governments anymore. This is about the people in history of Persia, right? Like, dude, you just awakened a 6,000-year-old beast.
Okay.
Like these people are never going to submit. There's
And
just
that
no imagining
not
them submitting.
going away.
No, it's
But
just
see
not.
what just happened because, I know you've been aware of the indigenous situation all your life.
Mm,
I have too. But the world wasn't really
no.
aware that we were still killing Indians
Yeah.
to up until this morning, right? The world was not aware of that. They're thinking it's in the past, like we're thinking it goes to Egypt, Greece, Rome, but it doesn't, right?
No.
And people fucking ask me point blank, what the actual,
Well,
democracy, freedom, like is all this stuff true that we're just finding out now from the Iranian Lego cartoons? Is this true? And I'm
yeah.
like, it's true. It's all true. And finally, everyone is seeing it. But
we need
it
to have.
took everybody seeing Palestine on the TV. You can't say that didn't
Yeah,
happen. But guess what? That's what America's been doing this whole freaking time.
yeah. It's
And
wild.
they're over it. They're boycotting American goods. They're like,
Well, you know
no,
what?
can't
When
support
you
you.
listen to I've started to listen to a lot of more, Eastern and non-Western people who are talking about this situation,
Mm.
and I've been thinking about certain things, and it's just like, so many of us have such a propagandized view of history, and
Really
we
do.
need to reevaluate our history.
Yeah.
You know, it's like when you look at a lot of this post-colonial literature, right? That's what I specialized in. When I was doing religion studies, I specialized in that post-colonial aspect, examining religion through this lens of how that colonialism drives everything. And what I want to get at, and what's going to make every American deeply uncomfortable, except for you, is that we need to be honest about what the native colonialization was and represents for
Yes.
the world. That was the first Nakba. That was the first Holocaust.
Oh yeah.
Without the Native American colonialization in North and South America, you don't get Nazism. You do not get Zionism. These things are reflections of that first successful colonial.
Issues, Dionysius, Christ. Yeah. It's
Exactly.
direct. There's
It's a
no
direct thing.
flip
And
in the
because
middle.
it's America that's promoting Israel, so you can see it directly. The Nakba and what followed in Palestine is directly
There was
corollary with
one
the
particular
colonization.
Spanish priest, I forget his freaking name, who sold out the Africans. He came
Mm,
home from a trip saying that the indigenous people of the Americas were unenslavable because they're nomads. Basically, they're gypsies. He's saying, and they're not productive, so you might as well just kill them all and bring in the Africans to do the work because Spain was fully intentional of enslaving the indigenous population. They hadn't even thought about Africa.
right.
One effing dude made this proposal to the Spanish queen, and she was like, "Oh, okay, yes, that makes sense," and started the slave trade.
Yeah. I mean, in school, we studied a lot about Columbus, right? We got his journals, and he's one of the key figures in this. He literally witnessed the slave trade in Africa among the Arab states and some of these tribal groups. And he goes, wait, I could exploit that. But of course, the Europeans won't like it. But here on these islands where no one is paying attention, and I
Right.
get to live as a freaking genocidal lord, because this is the thing, like he is responsible for massacring 80% of the Taino people.
The the Africans that showed him how to get there were kicking themselves till
Yeah,
today. You know,
yeah.
they should never have shown him how to get there. Well, because they knew. Oh, yes, they did. They knew there was an active trade
Of
between.
course, like this is what blows my. It's like you don't think
It
there's
discovered
there's a
shit, right?
there are indigenous people there, and there are indigenous people there, and the cross between Brazil and
Columbus, all
Africa
he
is
did
not
was
far.
go down to Sierra Leone and hire some navigators who already knew how to get there.
Right, right, right. This is something like it's like we have, that's the other thing, we have all of these narratives of discovery. It's like, dudes, there are people already there. What do you mean discover? There's already entire histories and communities, right? It's just
And
like,
then what's worse is then we learn in school that there weren't any more Ohlone. That's
yeah.
what we freaking learned in school. There was probably an Ohlone kid sitting right there.
It's like, okay, one of the big things I remember, okay, as a kid, in university, I got into start, because I was doing my degree religion and philosophy. And so started reading Plato, and we're talking about Atlantis, and we're discussing Atlantis. And I have all of the, before reading Plato, ideas in my head, because I had so heard about Atlantis through science fiction and
Right,
movie
right.
and all this stuff, right? So I'm like, it's this magical alien place, da 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 da. You read
Pulling
Plato,
people.
and it's like, okay, it's a massive continent the size of Asia and Africa, right? Two massive continents the size of
Mm.
Asia and Africa, and it's past the straits of the Jabal. So you're talking about North America,
Right.
okay? And this magical
Not
culture,
referring to the Azores. Yeah.
right? And this magical culture is in the middle of this bay area.
Right.
He's talking about the Aztecs. He's talking
Yeah.
about like it's just plain as bloody day. He's talking
Well,
about
and that's what I'm talking
Mesoamerica,
about. Once you see the stones fitting together right next to the Sphinx, the same exact way they do in Peru, the same exact way they do in the Italian Pelasgian area.
right?
Yeah.
It's like but it's so ignorant. Like this Westerners saw this and they go, "We're so racist. We can't imagine that, those Mesoamerican societies could have been so much grander than they were when we showed up." Because we didn't realize that the plagues that we had started had ravaged North and South America. So, right, this is something when the first colonial Europeans en masse started arriving, we you're talking 40 to 50% population loss already.
Well, that's what a New Zealander told me. Do you think the British Navy could have defeated the Maori Navy? Are you mad? It was influenza and whiskey,
Right? That's what
smallpox
always
and
that's
bullshit.
what
Yeah.
always got, and this is the thing. It's like they've been doing this since time immemorial, right? When you read the grimoires, they talk about infecting blankets and
Yeah.
handing them out,
Doing it
right?
on purpose. We have the letters, so we know what they were trying to do.
Right? And that's what they did. They just took it's the same kind of thing. They just came and poisoned the indigenous people
And
and
that's
killed
the
them out.
thing, reparations. Wow. There's not enough gold backing up the currency to
No,
even begin,
no.
right?
No, not at all. But you know what? I always look at reparations and I'm like, why is this such a terrible, like giving the poorest, most needy
It's a
people a
good
bunch of
idea.
money?
It's a
It's
damn
a
good idea.
fantastic idea. You know what it would do? It would cause a massive
I
influx
think
of
every Native
violence,
American person doesn't need therapy because of these antics.
right?
They need
It-
all kinds of medical help, and also
oh,
from being poisoned with the salt and being poisoned with the sugar and being poisoned as we are still being poisoned. That's what Egyptians are just figuring this out because
you
of their
give
Iran
poor people
cartoons.
money, they're
They're
gonna
like,
go spend
they're
it,
selling us shitty water. These nasty
right?
people. We
Oh
need to have
man,
our own water companies that, and like Jesse was saying on the, he said, drink the tap water, but insist on it being drinkable. Don't
right.
buy water in a plastic bottle. That's nuts.
Right, right, right. And we need to have a wake up call where our entire Western civilization has allowed and continues to allow and justify these atrocities, right? Like they allow the genocide in Israel to continue, in Palestine to continue. And then they try to tell us that the Russians are doing the same thing. And that's another atrocity, but it's this like the cognitive dissonance and the insanity of it all, right? Like all of these wars are bad, but like the
Well,
the
here's
sheer
the
lying
fact, though.
propaganda.
This is it. Palestine's a nail in America's coffin, in the USA's coffin. It
Yeah,
is because everybody saw that shit. No
yeah,
one will ever forget,
yeah. And everyone
and
is also
we'll read
watching,
in books hundreds of years from now that was it. That's when the fall of the American Empire happened. Everyone divested at once
yeah.
because you can't give money to people who kill children.
No, and we need to have why aren't people talking about the genocide that's happening to Latino people right now
In
in
the
America,
U.S. right
in the
now,
US? Mass prison system,
people dying.
people being human trafficked, right? This is like the
Here's
Epstein
another
flat
thing where
window.
Christians need to get off it because let's face it, children of Abraham have issues, with
Yeah,
raping kids.
yeah, they do.
But where there's no child marriage, there is child trafficking to the same exact number extent, right?
Mhm.
North Carolina, I was there. I was living there when they changed the age of consent from 14 to 16. This was during COVID. We have child marriage in the United States, but we also have a human trafficking industry that has completely infiltrated the government. And nobody needs to read another Epstein file. We know,
No,
everybody knows now.
But people also need to wake up and see the writing on the wall. Okay, what happens with the community if you just cancel immigration? You don't allow people, because like Trump just canceled the whole green card program. He's going to force hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people to return to their countries, have to reapply, wait 6
US
months, lose their
isolationism
job.
is going to turn into a worldwide embargo.
Yep. But and what's going to happen though? It's even worse though, because if you don't maintain your population, you don't bring immigrants in, then there's only one option. You have to enslave your women. You
They're
have to
trying to
turn your
starve out
women into
Cuba right now,
breed
you
mares,
know.
And they're gonna steal Cuba. They're gonna steal Greenland, right? Our my
They're
prime
not going to
minister
be able to,
is
because
terrified to
guess what?
say a word.
Everybody got wise to them last week. It's
Yeah.
over.
I wonder though, Trump is just a crazy person and he's a narcissist. You know, what happens when a narcissist starts to go
Oh,
senile,
he's tyrant. He's
right?
tyrant.
What happens when the tyrant narcissist, you know, is on his deathbed? This is the word my mom, right? When working in hospice care, she dealt with several narcissists and she said there's nothing worse than a dying narcissist
Oh
because
my
they don't
God.
believe the world exists beyond them, right? Like a guy like Trump will take the whole world down with him
As
because
much
he
of it
can't
as you
imagine
can.
it
Yeah,
existing beyond
he
him,
will. He will.
you
And
know?
and it pisses me off that North Americans are deer in the headlights about it.
Deer in the headlights
But
about it.
it's also like, you know, everybody can see us protesting and nothing changing.
It's the elites, right? They're all
We
we have this whole
we
elite
we
class.
don't have the power to change it. We have the
No,
power to say no and make a big demonstration, but nothing changes.
nothing changes. This is the thing
So
that blows my mind is like you can get American companies like Palantir who literally come out and they tell you we're creating AI for the purpose of denigrating women,
they just got kicked out
uplifting
of
working
England,
class
by the
men.
way.
I know.
France kicked him out. Now England has kicked him out. You can also
They
not
ran.
buy that shit, right?
I'm hoping
That's
that
what
this is
everybody has figured
true.
out. We don't have to buy that shit. We
I'm
already
hoping that
know that fucking Ghislaine Maxwell's sister made it up.
Yep, 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 yep. Reddit, right? The largest online news platform in the world was Jelane's playground. She was a mod, a world news. 4chan, freaking Epstein met with the creator, Chris Moot of 4chan, and is the
Mm.
one who got him to start a politics board,
Yeah, see, get him
right?
out. Get him out.
Get him out, right? Like this stuff is just ridiculous. And it's
It's
just
not
like,
like
oh
nobody
my,
else can make one. You know what I mean? It's a
no.
finite system.
But you know what it is that we have people people hear this and they still go back on Reddit. People hear this stuff and they still go back on 4chan, right?
Communities are prohibiting data centers from being built, and people are
Yeah.
still logging on to ChatGPT.
Right, right,
Season
right.
up all the water. You need water.
Well, and what does the AI have to do now, right? In order to be monetizable, what is it going to do? They're all going to become human degradation machines. They're going to
Well,
all
it's a
turn to
bubble. Yeah.
porn,
It's a
right? They're
bubble.
all going
Like
to turn
that,
to
like the
gaming
real
porn.
estate epidemic, those buildings are going to crumble. They're going
Mhm.
to turn out to have been a bad investment because there won't be enough single families.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, okay. We've gotten so dark here. Okay, try to bring us some light here. You're in the beautiful city of Egypt or country of Egypt. You're in the beautiful city of
This is
Cairo.
the light to me. That shit's falling down, man. It's not
Yeah,
gonna work. All
yeah.
these bubbles they're trying to sell us and imaginary robots. They know robots here. Come on. They're no robots.
It's
People
such a
think
dumb
robots are
idea.
gonna take they're not. It's just imaginary. Elon Musk's own daughter says you can't really believe the timeshares on the moon thing. Like, you can't
Of
be
course not.
serious, right? Like,
Well,
this, none of it is real.
he
And
yelled
to
about
me, that
Mars
is
for
the
6
hopeful
years
thing.
almost. Like, my
That-
thing is, like, the dude yelled his entire career about Mars, and now he just abandoned it, and now it's the moon? So
Yeah.
why is the moon any different than Mars,
Just
right?
making
If you
shit
couldn't do
up out
Mars,
of
you
top of
can't
his
do the
head and
moon.
trying to sell it to you. And you can also not buy that. And then it'll crumble. That's the thing, is
Yeah,
that empires fall. Every
yeah.
empire you can name has fallen. And so that's a good thing. It's gonna be economically interesting, you
It
know?
is. It is.
And it's
Well,
gonna be interesting for me trying to get a visa.
yeah. Well, I'm worried about you too, Iran was saying that they are going to, if Trump gets wise and pushes it, they're going to expand beyond the Middle East. And numero uno is Crete right now because there's an American base there, an Israeli base. You know, they're
Yeah,
on the map now. And
yeah.
this is it's insane to say that. It's
But
insane to
listen, I
say
was
that.
there when the American ship from Hormuz came there for repairs,
Yeah,
right? And everybody is like Crete is like a small town, like a
yeah,
cul-de-sac, like the gossip, you know. The Cretans work there. Everybody knows that the Americans sabotaged their own ship so they could go home.
yeah.
Iran didn't do anything to that ship.
No.
That was their own sailors who didn't want to be there, who fucked up the ship, and then asked the Cretan repair guys not to tell them.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, ain't nobody buying it.
Well, this
Nobody.
is the thing. This is the thing. We're starting to see, a perfect example is Hungary and Viktor Orban. In
Mm.
order to have a fascist insurgency, you need 30%. You need
Yeah,
30%. If that 30% goes away, you
yeah,
got to give up the reins. Doesn't matter if you rigged the election.
yeah.
Doesn't matter. And you will step down because if you don't step down, they will shoot you. And
Yeah.
that's what happened to Orban. He didn't step down willingly. He tried to rig the election and he couldn't because he didn't even have 30%.
And then
And
the
that's what we
finance
need to do
minister
with
went
Trump.
viral dancing a jig on stage because you know how many generations it
Yeah.
took to get there. Like this
Yeah.
is a post-Soviet bloc bullshit, you know.
And then the guy they got isn't even much better. He's just a European sycophant, but at least
You
he's
used to
not
have to
fascist.
escape from Hungary, yo. You had to escape.
Uh, but this is the world it's just like right now in my country, it's like I voted for the Liberal because Carney, even though he is the British banker, basically best friends with the Crown Royals, you know, it was either him. I vote for the guy who is a literal Trump clone and wants to sell us out to foreign interest, and is just yelling about identity politics and vilifying huge swaths of the country. So it's like I
I
either
know the
choose,
bar is very
yeah,
low. It's very
yeah,
low. Well, the one that can do math,
right.
right?
God.
You know, it's
The one
just
who can
like,
do, yeah. It's ridiculous. Well, and the thing that upsets me is that everyone loves Carney because he's educated and he talks wise. But his big ideas are to just sell off Canadian assets to European countries and to strengthen our ties greater with Europe. He's continued funding Gaza. He's continued funding Ukraine.
well,
He's,
that's why now. That's
like,
why now my dad calls Trump the richest mummy. He's just the latest in a
right?
long line of richest mummies.
This is the thing. Yeah, he's erratic and crazy, but he is a symptom, not the cause. And
Well,
anyone who
that's the
thinks
thing.
otherwise is lying
That's
to
the thing.
themselves. Like Bezos came
I
out.
actually believe that Elon Musk helped rig the election,
Oh, for sure. His girlfriend, okay, came out and
but
did a
I also think a whole
interview.
bunch of people voted for him. So
Oh yeah, a bunch of these people. Like one of the more ridiculous things is Jeff Bezos gave an interview recently, and he says two things that are just wild. Okay, he says he said that Trump was more sane and more stable this term than he was the previous time,
yeah,
and
it's
that
a
he
stable
continues
genius.
to fully support him. Okay, so number one insane thing. Number two insane thing, he says you shouldn't tax billionaires at all because billionaires magically create jobs. And it's like, what about the hedge fund billionaires? Like, give me a break. Like not all billionaires are the same. What are you
Well, you know
talking
what
about?
people ask here? It doesn't Jeff Bezos own like all your newspapers?
Right, right. And then he comes out and he says, but also the lowest workers, the lowest, he brings up, he goes, nurses making less than 30 grand shouldn't pay taxes. And I'm like, oh, thank God Bezos cares about the poor nursemaid. At the same time, he says
Yeah,
that
because he's a
billionaires
rich
shouldn't
mummy.
pay
He knows he's
taxes.
gonna wind up in their care. He better kiss their ass.
He better kiss. But this is the thing. He gives a dog to the working class and says, look, we can attack the tax system together, man. We can attack, the billionaires. We're united with the poor. It's the government that's the problem. And it's like, no, the billionaire's the problem. Who pays for the government? Like, anyway.
This is so on the way out. And the thing is, what gives me hope is this sense of continuity that I get when I sit down and breathe in the older culture.
Right.
They're not confused. They're empires fall. That's what they do. And what are you gonna do? You're gonna eat and drink and have family and read a book just like you did before.
Yeah.
And sure, the economy will be different. I'll probably be buying Egyptian water instead of Nestle. But big whoop, it's just life happening. And if we live for millions of years in egalitarian societies, we can do it again.
Yeah.
We're probably more wired for that than we are for this.
This is the thing. This is the thing. We have to start building alternatives, viewing the world in a different lens, rejecting the culture that they try to place upon us. We don't, you don't have to consume their garbage.
Just quit
We don't have to
hating
be a
who
part of
they
their
tell you to
narrative,
hate and quit being scared of who they tell you to be scared of, because
right?
Muslims are like everybody else.
They're
And
just like everybody else, you know?
yeah,
It's like, yeah, ideologies can be really intense and ridiculous. And don't get me wrong,
yeah.
I'm not celebrating any ideology. But you know what?
No, and I'm no fan of monotheism and
Of course
Abrahamism at all,
Of course not. Of course not. But at the end of the day, the neighbor down the street is the neighbor down the street. If they're bowing to Jesus or they're bowing to Allah, is there any difference to you? Right?
No,
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. My big thing is like we got to live and let live. You
yeah.
know, like I'm never going to agree with anyone fully about anything. It's just never going to happen. That's not who I am. So
We
I
don't
eventually,
agree about a bunch of stuff too.
right? Exactly. But it's all love. At the end of the day, it's like,
And so what? Like,
so
what do you
what?
just want to hang out with people who agree with you about everything, or what?
Right? And what kind of world would that be? There would be no difference. There would be no diversity. At the end of the day, we got to learn to compromise, and we
Yeah,
got to learn to be okay with someone else doing something different, thinking
yeah,
different, and living a different life. Like this
yeah.
is one thing that the internet just makes so abundantly clear. Like I want to end on because this is something that's been bugging me happening in our communities is people getting way too upset about Hollywood movies. And this is the whole point to generate anger. Like who the heck cares about the whole Odyssey movie coming out has been generating so much buzz and people keep
Has it?
leaving me comments. Yeah,
What are they
right.
saying about it?
Well, everyone's mad about the casting choices. And I'm like, that's why Hollywood picked those people, right?
Right. Just
Because
to piss
they're
you off.
both correct and wrong in equal measure so they can offend everyone. So,
Right.
you
Right. Right.
look at the woman they chose for Helen, one of the most beautiful people imaginable. It's this African woman. I can't remember her name is Ngong. I can't remember her
Oh
name.
yeah. Oh
If
yeah.
someone can post it in the chat. Clearly worthy and capable of being Helen, but
Oh yeah.
also not Greek. So this is going to offend like
Well, that's what
everyone
I've
else,
been saying. Is the Black Madonna thing is because people were coming home with black wives in the
right?
Roman times, and there wasn't that much difference between colors.
No,
Like for one thing, remember in Gobekli Tepe, everybody was still black. Everybody was still
right.
black. There were no white people that long ago.
No, there
That
weren't.
is a mutation that happened because of the Ice Age, right?
Right. But like,
And
yeah,
it's a not in reality you're not white. Like there's a whole big fight with whether you're English or French, right? Your whole life.
yeah.
So that's friendly fire if I ever saw any, right?
I
And
know. It's
be,
so
be,
ridiculous. You wouldn't
before the
like,
state decided that you were white, what were you?
right.
And in Cairo, there everybody's a totally different color from everybody else. There's a range, and it's such a blurry line
Well,
that it's not this thing, right?
it's funny you bring that up because with my culture here, right? This is why so many people just stop speaking French because you stop speaking French, you lose the accent, no one gives a shit and no one notices, and it all goes away. All of the baggage goes away if you're in Ontario. If you're in Quebec, then you just you give up the English accent and you speak Quebecois, and it all goes away, and no one gives a shit. Right?
Mm.
It's only matters when you're in these enclaves, whether it's an English enclave or a French, just speak the language where you are and it's not a fucking problem. Like all of it's manufactured nonsense designed for political purposes. And
Yeah.
that's what upsets me to know. Like, I can understand not wanting to lose your perspective. Of course, teach your kids
We need to
right.
use our brains and separate out the politics from the culture.
Right, right. And with the movie stuff, to me too, with any of, okay, the myth remains. No one is changing Homer. No one can touch Homer. Nothing is happening to Homer. People have been bastardizing Homer since Homer was alive. So like it doesn't matter. People are going to
And we
do a
only have
billion
two of
remakes.
8 books or something, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, but this is even debatable. Some people so because again, Homer is probably not a real person. He's an
Right.
amalgam of a bardic tradition.
Right.
And so we have this idea of this grand bardic tradition, but
He's
only
a
these.
composite character like Jesus.
Right. So did that full cycle ever fully exist in a fully realized way that the
Right.
Odyssey and the Iliad exists? I don't believe so. But
No?
well, maybe, but I think that they probably existed more as casual songs, right? Like Homer represents, we're moving out of the oral tradition and into the literary. And so it expands. And once you start to write everything down, everything has to be incorporated into it, right? We've
Right.
talked about this so often. When you're dealing with an oral tradition, it
Right.
depends on the context, what the meaning of the story is. And it could be always the same story. Are we doing work together? Am I educating the children? Are we talking about the crops? Are we talking about the stars? Are we talking theology? Right?
Yeah.
We could be talking about any of those,
Yeah.
right? Whereas now Homer's got to talk about all of those at the same
Right.
time. Very different way of performing, very different way of engaging. So I think oral versions of these stories, of course, they existed. But do they exist in that literary ideal that Homer came to? I don't know. I don't know.
No? Okay.
I'm skeptical, but I wouldn't be survived if someone dug it up. I'd be ecstatic, and I'd be like, "Man, this is the greatest thing ever!" Awesome, right? Yeah, I don't think Tiger Shark. I don't think Homer was a real character, not an individual. I think he is a mythic ideal of the bard, right? Because he's a blind. There's too many of the
Too
tropes,
many tropes. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
but I mean, maybe he's the originator of all the tropes. It's hard to say, right? When do I don't know. This whole idea of euhemerism is
What
I
does
look at,
that mean?
well, so this is the idea that the gods were originally human in many of the instances. Like this is an idea that you
If
get
people
with
think about the Anunnaki.
so so when the early Greek historians, when they started to try to make sense of their mythopoetic tradition,
Mm.
one of the earliest things they tried to do was humanize and say that these were actual kings and queens, these were actual people. We're going to try to find the logical reason
And the
for the
king of
story.
Nepal is descended from the sun god and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, so you
Divine
get
right of kings. That's what they were doing. Yeah.
exactly. So you get all this kind of stuff like Zeus Amon was originally some king in ancient Libya or in ancient Greece. There was a real father guy at some point. Just like there was a real Hera at some point, some queen of queens who was on
Right.
Samothrace or something. You know, um, in my mind, that doesn't matter if they were real or not, because
Well,
I'm
to
about
me, it
connecting to
just
the
just
ideal.
from my physical experience of my life, these are lineages.
Right.
Especially when you're talking about people who live way too long and stuff. It's more of a wearing their skin thing, right? Like
Possession. Animism.
it's more of like there were a lot of people channeling Hera in a
Right.
row, right?
Yeah,
And
that makes sense.
yeah, and so but that's the thing with the wanting to touch the bones and the bones of the saints are there on purpose because it's supposed to make us feel like the saints were just like us.
Yeah.
That they're not gods. They're we can be that.
you know like this is one of the interesting things, like Euripides. So one of the
Mm.
great celebrations about Euripides is also one of the things that the Greeks hated him for at the same time. So in his lifetime, Euripides was extraordinarily controversial
Mm.
because he was said to humanize the divine.
Ah,
Especially you see this in Medea, right? Part of the idea, like he justifies the idea of having Medea kill her children because he says this is what a mother would do who believed that her children were going to be killed. She would
mm.
kill them herself, right? This is, he's trying to humanize her and make her real. And he's saying, like, this is a person who's gone through this kind of extreme trauma. We can understand. Yes, she's the villain.
Whereas in
She's
this
also
case,
human.
it was more likely allegory. She initiated them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was more likely like what the tradition says is that the Corinthians killed her children when she was forced to leave, right? She had to leave and flee. The Corinthians killed her children. And then there was this whole cult of shame where people hated Corinth. So Corinth actually paid Euripides to write that into the story, to change the narrative, to remove the curse, you know? But it became super popular because Euripides is this brilliant, right? And he humanized, like, in my class, they talk about how this is the first time you really see a woman fully fleshed out in literature. Now it's debatable, but it's certainly the most celebrated time that this happens in early history. And she becomes like this prototypical, femme fatale, right?
And
And this
again, we're
real
talking about
person.
the very, very old gods here that are
Right.
war and fertility at the same time. And they're the scourge of toxic masculinity.
And they're the pre-Greek gods, right? They're
Because
from
if
the
you get
earlier
rid of
creation.
that and you actually don't need any more laws, that's
Yeah.
it. That's the only law you need.
But then, like, we get
Don't
Aristophanes,
be a
right?
dick. Yeah.
So Aristophanes writes this great play, Frogs, which is all about, so Athens is undergoing this massive crisis. They're at war and they're losing. The people are losing. They need something to reinvigorate them. So Dionysus is like, I'm going to throw a big festival. We're going to do a play, but it can't just be any play. We need to get the best play. So I need to go to hell. I need to go to the underworld and bring back the greatest playwright. But
Right,
who's
right.
the greatest playwright? And now he has to debate with himself. Who's the greatest playwright? So he gets to hell. And then he's like, is it Aeschylus? Is it Euripides? And in the end, he's like, both of them are just as good as each other. But
Mm,
I'm choosing Aeschylus
mm.
because Aeschylus keeps the gods divine.
Ah,
He
okay.
keeps them divine. And in this time of need, we need the hero to come and save us. So we're going to bring Aeschylus back because Aeschylus wrote the Orsteia. He's the
This
guy
is
who
a big
channeled
difference
Athena.
between Catholicism and Islam.
Yeah,
Islam keeps the divine divine, and they don't have saints, they don't have bones, they don't have any of that.
right.
And Christianity has all these intermediaries between
All
you
these
and God,
intermediaries.
you know.
Yeah. But even that, right? Like, what's so wild is, like, when you go into the tradition and you analyze the history, right? It's levels of separation from animism. Catholicism compared to Greek animism is widely aniconistic and anti-art, right?
Oh
They
yeah, no, they love burning art and smashing art. They love it.
right? They're doing all the idol smashing.
Yeah.
They're out to destroy. Whereas in the pagan tradition, the Eidolon, the phantom, this is the highest thing, right? The whole Trojan War happens over an idol. Helen is not a real woman in the story. She's a painting, that's abducted because these people are more in love with the image Aphrodite has
Now,
picked
the
them
father
than
of
anything real.
monotheism is the only one who smashed art in Egypt.
Right.
It just happened during that time.
Akhenaten.
Afterwards, they quit doing that.
Right.
The
And
whole
they,
thing
they
where the
struck him
Greeks are
out.
smashing their own art, that you just like, what, dude, take
And this
it,
is
take a chill, right?
right. This leads to one of the more interesting points in, like, philosophical debate. One of the things, like, you want to talk about why the Greek language being more philosophically dense. When you translate the Bible into English, right, eidolon becomes imago, right? So the eidolon has all this implication of a possessed image, an image enthused by the spirit. Like, it implies a fornication, right? There's literally a divine love making. It's the artist giving birth to beauty. This is not an art object. This
Mm,
is a living
mm,
creation
mm.
of the divine, right? The
Yeah,
stone made flesh.
yeah.
So when the Orthodox priests read this, they go, okay, we don't want statues. We don't want you guys to venerate statues. We don't want you to create art in the name of God. You
Right.
can't name your statues. You can't put those direct iconography together.
Well, then
Okay.
they get the iconoclastic controversy in the church,
Exactly.
where the Orthodox have icons and the non-Orthodox do not.
Right. But in the main churches, they got icons everywhere, which is one of the
Yeah.
things that blows my mind. You're just not allowed to pray to them in the
Right.
Catholic Church,
You're not
right?
allowed to say you hear them talk.
You can't hear them talk. You can't
But
you can't go and pray to them. You can't
they got the
stare at them,
bones. They got the
right?
bones. That
You can
seems to
do
be
it with the
okay.
bones. The bones are fine. That's not an idol. The bone is not an idol,
The
right?
Orthodox is like, why do you need the bones if you have the icon?
Right. And meanwhile, the Orthodox, they're obsessed with their little iconographic images, right? And this actually comes out of the pagan tradition. And there's some scholars that believe that these
Yes, it does.
icons is also where the tarot originates.
I
It
bet.
originated as religious icons. People would draw them and put them in their home,
Yeah.
and you would
Well,
hold
they
this
got
on your
saints
chair.
here I never heard of.
Yeah.
Saint Bacchus and Saint Apollo and Saint. I'm like, I had never heard of Saint Apollo. What are you talking about?
It's so wild. But and that led to a crusade, as you mentioned, right? The Catholics engaged in a crusade against the Orthodox over this idea, over this
Breaking their
word,
first commandment.
smashing of images, right? And where, you see the Muslims take it to the absolute absurd, where they get rid of all imagery, and that doesn't even occur in the earliest Islamic tradition. Like, we have drawings of Muhammad drawn by, like, this is what one of the things that blows my mind is, like, the Sunni are all about the companions of the Prophet. So the companions of the Prophet are drawing pictures of Muhammad. And some, why is this a problem? But that idea of the anti-image becomes so important, right? And this idea of shirk, saying that something is like God. So in Islam, the ultimate sin is to commit shirk, right? Is to
So,
say that anything on earth can be like God.
what do you think? Do you think that we can access the divine or no?
Oh man, I'm an aesthete. So okay, my whole big thing was learning to love the image. So in university, my big conversion to becoming a deeply, deeply spiritual person was I got to meet this amazing professor named Dr. Harsh Dehaja, and just a brilliant man. And they wrote this book on Indian aesthetics and this idea of knowing the self through the other. And the Parvati Darpana, the story, the myth of the marriage of Parvati and Shiva, right? That story blew my mind as a young man around like 18, because that idea, right, you have in the beginning is Shiva goes out into the woods and he does the meditate within, he abandons the world, but the world is still there. He succeeds, he recognizes the unity, and yet life persists. So then now what? And that's when the beauty of life comes in, as represented by the goddess Parvati. And they make perpetual love and they engage in the play, the divine Leela. And it's only when the world goes, hey, there's demons destroying everything, you guys need to stop lovemaking, come back to reality, that they
Right.
wake up, and then they save the world. And eventually they decide to become the androgyne, and they leave. They achieve, moksha, enlightenment, absolute unity, and
Liberation.
they
Yeah.
give up creation. But that's a choice. And
Yeah.
it's like, it's something that comes after all these cycles.
So
To me,
they
this
give up the illusion of their separateness from each other.
exactly. So the idea is that within this tradition, right? What you have is, you have all of these art, like the aesthetic traditions of India. It's the celebration of the art and the performance of the plays
Mm.
is what leads you into this ability to recognize the true beauty of nature. So the understanding of myth and the philosophizing of myth is literally what leads you to enlightenment. And to me, it just made sense. And I was so obsessed with story, and I just kept finding all of these confirmations. And that's what led me to the Muse tradition, right? Is the goddess represented in story, and learning the self through the shared human story.
We can
And
definitely touch it.
exactly. Like, to me, it's like, man,
I
I
think
can't.
it's a
Yeah.
slippery slope with the I am God thing.
Yeah,
You know,
it
then you
is.
get into like what your mom said about narcissists that didn't ever die, and
Well, you know what it is that, okay, what it is it's like, it's always the one and the many. Yeah, everything is united and there is this great mother unity of all, but that also says that there must be an infinite diversity, right? These two things are dependent upon each other. They're two extremes of the pole, right? It's seen within us, right? We are made up of billions and billions of cells, which are made up of billions and billions of atoms, which are made up of weird quarks, which then define, like, break down reality. It's like,
We can touch it, but we can't really ever fully comprehend the mystery.
no, we can't. The very act of perception, to measure something and to see it as a violent act, to look upon these objects, is to divide and destroy them, right? This is the nature of a reality, right? And it just makes sense to me too, from this idea, like, in unity there is no understanding, right? In unity, everyone
And
wants
that's
that
what
is
I
peace.
think that's
There's
where Lao
silence,
Tzu and the Oracle of Delphi kind of, he says once you say it, it's not that. And she said, no, nobody say it.
right?
But that's why. It's
Yeah.
because it's something we can experience, but then it isn't really something we can then go pontificate about.
There's this wild moment, right, in the story of Shiva in the Parvati Darpana. When he goes off into the mountains, okay, and he achieves his enlightenment, moksha, he goes, I am not this, I am not that. I am not the mountain, I am not the stream, I am not the body, I am not anything, and I am therefore everything. But then all of a sudden, right, Parvati shows up and is next to him, imitating him. And her allure, her smell causes him to wake up to reality and makes love to her. And then he goes, wait a second. I am this, I am that. I
Yeah.
am
I
everything.
am the river. I am
I
the
am the river.
mountain.
I
I
am the
am the
mountain.
sky.
I
Yeah.
am her.
Yeah.
Both are
Yeah.
true. It's all the
Yeah.
perspective that you
Point
take,
of
right?
view. Yeah.
And the one becomes many to know itself, to make love, to understand, right? And you can only understand in separation. I had this other really amazing professor named Dr. Mann, and he was trying to explain Vedanta, this idea of Advaita Vedanta, which is the neti neti form of monism, right? Not this, not that. And he goes, imagine if there's only one thing, and it's the book. Try to talk about the book. Book's the book. All language breaks down. Language is based in duality, understanding. Our whole conception of reality is from my individuality, from my body to the world. I compare everything from my body.
That's
You
what I
know?
love about traveling.
Mhm.
Is all the things that habitually tell me who I am are gone.
Right,
And the rubber meets the road,
right, right. So I don't know. I think it's like, to me, everything is alive. Everything is
Yes.
alive. Everything has its own idea, its own right, its own story, its
Yes.
own purpose. And the whole point of life is to tell stories. It's for the experience. It's for love and strife in equal measure. Both
Yes.
exist.
Oh,
Evolution and
yes.
de-evolution are happening at the same time. You know?
Yes.
Yeah. What about you? You're the spiritual medium. What do you make about all that? You know?
Oh, I think we can touch it, but it's probably best not to try to explain it. Yeah.
Right. Right.
I think we can experience it. I actually, with the group of friends I found here, someone did like an energy healing on me, and my legs started to hurt, which gave me hope,
Mm,
because to the extent that my bone thing is just physical, I can't really do anything about it. But
right.
if there's an energy component, I could shave off a layer of pain,
Help me
because
out.
I saw that a certain amount of the pain is the pain of being here. And like Cassandra, being able to see, and the other people are not seeing the same thing that you're seeing.
Right.
Someone said to me on my travels, you meet good people because you're all love. And I said, Samira, everybody is all love. They just get bogged down and forget, you know.
Right.
And so it's painful to be here and see what we could be and see what we could create together
Right.
tomorrow, and see us not doing that because we're in a bad mood
Right. Because we're in a selfish mood, right?
or whatever.
Or
Yeah.
whatever. You
Or
know,
something knocks us off our trolley
hubris.
today, or because we are not seeing that we're all love. We think we're all bullshit. We think we're all, I was an asshole earlier today, Everybody
Oh,
is.
right? It's so easy to be in that.
But
But at the end of the day, we're
that's
all
not
still
who
human.
I am. That's me
No.
falling off the tracks for a minute, right? Like I
Right.
know I am made of love.
Right. Aphrodite, I always think of that, Bacchus and adoration of Venus. Aphrodite is inherent in all things. And you keep going through the cycles, chasing, right? Chasing after love. Love makes it all
Yes.
worthwhile, right? It's like, yeah, love doesn't stop death, but love makes life beautiful and death worth it, right?
All those things that you're thinking you're not living cause your job this, cause your family that, and all the great things I would be doing if it weren't for you guys. And all you have to do is live through a death tender saying you don't know what to do with the time that you have now, that your kids moved out, or that your mom died, or that you don't know what to do with the time. All those great things you think you're gonna be doing, if you're not doing them now, you're a chump.
Right. Yeah.
Do
Oh
'em.
man, that
Just
hits
do
home
it.
so hard. The other day I was flipping through, um and I read this one post about in this one forum I follow, where this guy, they were asking these incredibly successful people if they regretted the sacrifice. So this one guy chimes in, and he's this incredible neurosurgeon. You know, he's now in his 60s, beyond celebrated, millionaire. His kids, his grandkids are all good. But he basically goes, I spent 40 years of my life in service. And I kept telling myself, one day I will go and live my life. And I never
Right?
did. And I never did, because I was so obsessed with this idea of working and of service.
And
But
what that
there was
means is
always another needy
universal.
person, you
There's a
know?
part of you that is sitting around waiting to live close to the land. Live
Mm,
my life. When people say that, the regret that people have on their deathbeds is I didn't hug my kids enough. I didn't spend enough time with them. I didn't go fishing. I didn't take walks in the woods. That just you want to be around children and nature.
yeah,
That's what retirement means, that and we can do that now. We
right.
can connect with the children that live in the neighborhood, like
This
in a
guy
healthy
found
way. You know what
he
I
enters
mean?
in
Like,
retirement and he becomes a board director, and he constantly gets called back into work because you're the expert. And if you don't show up to work, they could die. So when do you stop showing up to work? And that's the life the person chose, right? And it's just like, you got to ask yourself, is that the life you want to live?
well,
Right? What
that's a
you give
little
up today
bit.
is what you give up tomorrow.
They bait you with the self importance, right?
Yeah.
Because guess what? Everybody's gonna be fine without you.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Everything will be fine without you. Even if you
I mean,
are the
apart from
expert.
if you have small children, no.
Yeah.
But
Right? The world will find a way, right? The world will continue. And that's the reality
definitely.
too, is that when we
And that's the
finally die,
codependent thing. Like people don't want to, get out of a
no.
bad relationship because they think the person can't function without. Like, guess what? You're still gonna be crying. That person's gonna be fine.
You ever read Nietzsche's The Antichrist?
I didn't read it.
There's some wild stuff in there. And basically, one of the things that I love, so he's trying to understand, okay, when does the great, real, horrific stuff of Christianity begin? And
Hmm.
he actually argues that it's not with Jesus, it's with Paul. And the
Oh
problem
yeah,
is
a lot of
that,
people think that.
because what Paul says is he sees the failure, right, of the Christian worldview. There is no apocalypse, there is no coming back of the God, right? It's all failed. And he creates this whole mythopoetic narrative of it's not failed, it's
Yeah,
coming tomorrow. And
yeah.
unites everyone in the churches. And it's like this doubling down refusal to admit, like, rather than look in the mirror and face your failure.
I think it's generally agreed upon that the Pauline Church is where it becomes a socio-political factor. And
Absolutely.
before that, it was one of many bizarre Dionysian cults in the Mediterranean.
Yep. And what Nietzsche's arguing is that it's this narcissistic view to refuse to admit that you lost. That is the driving genocidal force of the Pauline Christian tradition that allows it to genocide the pagans. Because if I kill all the pagans, if I convert and tell everyone, Christ will come. So if I make everyone delusional,
Eye in the
eventually I will
sky.
win.
Yeah.
right? And so this is what it is. They say, I'm not wrong. The world is wrong. And now we weaponize our belief in our ignorance
Here it
against
comes
everyone,
in your ear, right? Yeah.
right?
And now
And
you're
it's just
killing people to, so, and your number one rule is still not to kill.
exactly. You're killing people in order to justify what? Your failed belief? Wild to me. But
That is not the way to touch God.
no, but we should start to wind down here, Leslie. We've been talking for 2.5 hours. Sorry to keep you for so long. It's getting late on your end. Um, thank you so much for sharing us those beautiful
Thank
pictures of your
you.
trip
That is
to
one of the
Egypt.
more fun things about traveling is being able to share it with people.
Right? Oh,
And
we love hearing it. We love seeing it. And
yeah,
yeah, keep telling us more about your adventures and keep us up to date. Where
yeah.
do you plan to, I know you're traveling to England soon. What's
I'm
your
going to a wedding at the end of the month, and then we're going to turn around and go to visit some family and friends in Tunisia, where I've also never been. Carthage, you know.
Carthage?
Yeah.
Amazing. Another magical place, right? The place that was supposedly salted, but people still live there.
And by the end of that, we should have used up our 3 months out of the EU, and we're going back to Crete, and I'm gonna hug my kitties.
Beautiful. Well, best of luck on your travels. Thank you so
You
much,
too. Keep
Leslie.
touching the divine.
Right. Any final words for the audience here?
No.
If you guys do want to get in touch with Leslie, she does give spiritual advice and help with spiritual issues. She is a medium. She can contact any of your personal spirits, your ancestors, any local spirits. Her email is in the description, leslie.selene@yahoo.com. You can also contact her about her books. She has the Artemis, what's it called again?
Is
The
the
first book?
Ariadne Dreamtime
Yeah,
Network of Unassuming Psychic Assassins.
beautiful.
And the new series is Becoming Numa.
Becoming Numa. And we're hoping that you're gonna all of this travel will have
Oh
sparked that
my
that
God.
muse
I
and you'll
keep thinking I'm
come
gonna
back
have a
to
minute to sit down and do that, but soon, soon.
it. You'll have to find the time. All right. Well, thank you so much, Leslie. Much love, and I'll talk to you soon. Take
Ciao,
care.
Brenda.
Bye.
Hey, shady boy. Did you know they called him Shitty the Big Bum? Hadn't you heard he was Shitty the Big Chum? Ain't you heard about the littlest pooh? Didn't you know he was my shitty muggle? You gonna pick it up. You want a little one. You want my kitty friend. You want my kitty champion. You want my little one. You want my kitty bum. You want my big friend. You want my kitty champion. You want my little poo. You want my kitty chew. You want my big friend. You want my kitty champion. You want my little poo. What? Neediest boy. It's Shady McGillicuddy. Mm. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Yeah.
actually violate sanctions. In fact, they go out of their way and they bend over backwards to make sure they're abiding by all of the rules, all the laws, all the regulations. In fact, as Hassan himself pointed out, um, this appears to be the case that Fox News or the Trump regime, or both, fell for a viral post that claimed that Hassan was staying in a hotel which is not on the U.S. government approved list, which means he's, economically benefiting uh, the regime in Cuba, and therefore it's a crime, and therefore he can be charged. There was some viral right-wing slop post that claimed that. Meanwhile, it's totally untrue, completely and utterly made up. They followed the rules, followed the regulations, went to the approved list of hotels, went, down the path that they're supposed to go down. Meanwhile, there is somebody who actually did violate U.S. law in going to Cuba and staying at one of the incorrect hotels. The kid's name is Nick Shirley. Yes, Nick Shirley was just in Cuba making some bullshit propaganda documentary, and he violated the rules and the regulations and the laws. But of course, the chances of the Trump regime going after Nick Shirley are roughly 0%. And the chance of them going after Hassan is, of course, very, very high. Now, by the way, I said allegedly subpoenaed because Hassan has actually not been served a subpoena yet. Neither has Cote Dick or Medea Benjamin. None of them have actually been served subpoenas. So there's some speculation that maybe this is Fox News taking a viral post and running with it without actually having sources within the Trump regime, within the government. However, I do fear, even if that is the case, I do fear you will immediately see the Trump regime sort of jump on this and try to bring it to fruition. Because here's the thing, guys, they might not even know, oh, this is going to go absolutely nowhere, and themselves how disastrous this was because they're attacking Kyiv. They're attacking the capital. Russia carried out a deadly large-scale wave of strikes against Ukraine, firing hundreds of drones and dozens of missiles overnight. Ukrainian President Zelensky said Kyiv was the main target, but other areas were also hit, with about 100 people injured. Four people were killed in the capital and wider region, with loud explosions heard across the area throughout the night. Dozens of residential buildings, a school, an opera house, and a museum were damaged. Russia's defense ministry said the Orishnik hypersonic missile was used in the strikes, which is described as coming in response to Ukraine's attacks on civilian infrastructure. Ukraine's military denies targeting civilians. Russian President Vladimir Putin launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Earlier this week, he accused Kyiv of hitting a student dormitory in the town of Starobilsk on Friday, in which Russian officials said 21 people were killed. Ukraine's military said its forces did carry out an attack in Starobilsk in Russian-occupied eastern Ukraine overnight on Friday, but maintained that it struck an elite Russian drone military unit. European leaders have condemned the overnight Russian strikes on Sunday, which came after warnings from Zelensky that Russia was planning an attack, that it may have been preparing to use the Oreshnik missile. It reportedly travels at more than 10 times the speed of sound, is hard to intercept, and is known to be capable of carrying both conventional and nuclear warheads. So in other words, they used this hypersonic missile. They didn't have a new gun, but they used a hypersonic missile. That's a big deal. That's a big escalation. Zelensky, who on Sunday visited a number of damaged buildings in Kyiv, said that Russia had launched the Oreshnik missile against the city of Vila Tskirva in the Kyiv region. Ukraine's presidential office later said it was not confirming that, saying work was ongoing to determine exactly what had been used. It would be the third time Russia has used the Oreshnik missile in the conflict. Both French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz condemned the reported use of the weapon, while EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas described it as a political scare tactic and reckless nuclear brinksmanship. UK Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper lamented the awful scenes in Kyiv and vowed to keep up pressure on Russia. And the French government janitor in Paris, here was Ukrainian player Carla Ionescu, said, "All my heart and all my thoughts go to the people of Ukraine after winning the first round." Apparently, her like hometown was getting bombed at the exact time that she was fucking like winning her match, which is crazy shit, bro. So we have some pictures and videos coming out here. Horrific, horrific warning footage from Kyiv, Ukraine, after Russia poured ballistic missiles on civilian neighborhoods, targeting apartment buildings, schools, markets, and rural shelters. Russia threatened to do this if Ukraine attacked the May 9th parade on Red Square. After Trump's intervention on Rule's behalf, Ukraine agreed to a ceasefire so Russia could hold the parade. 2 weeks later, Putin unleashed the ballistic missile barrage on central Kyiv anyway. Also, I should point out that you had, I believe Ukraine was able to attack certain energy infrastructure pieces in Moscow, which was a surprise to many because Moscow is viewed as like heavily fortified with air defense systems. But Ukraine was successfully able to infiltrate and bomb like energy infrastructure there. So here you have Putin retaliating over that and escalating using hypersonic missiles. Watch this video. This is crazy. The story begins over Antarctica with Invincible carrying a career because he always thought he was beneath it. He's now forced to take the class to finish his school and acts like a jerk. Amber visits Mark and the two of them walk around the campus. But out of nowhere, a hybrid robot attacks them. The same kind that attacked Mark when he first came to visit the university. Mark abandons Amber and changes into Invincible, immediately dealing with the hybrid. But when he returns, Amber is mad at him for abandoning her and doesn't want to talk to him. We later discover that these hybrid robots are actually manufactured by the jerk student Claire, who has been experimenting on dead people, trying to.
Thank you. What?
Are certainly playable, but could use a lot of improvements. And you can see it being played right here by Ricky Paquette as the sheepdog bandit.